it's actually audible. Okay. Apology. Edit energy. Yeah. Chat. Oh, probably no heat warning today at the very least, but I'm sure that's gonna change. The midday sun actually procs. Alright. Order of operation. Advertising. I'm doing some light thing today. Doki plus. Probably should capitalize the C. Yep. Dark humor aside. That works out well. So let's go. Way. And give. Oh, hey there, Jasper. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully things are going well on your side. This is a quiet day all around, and thankfully Discord seems to be in the mood to actually provide the small links. Yeah, hopefully things are going well. How are things on your side? Just waiting till I have to go to work. I can understand that. I think you mentioned that you have to go around 1 p.m. your time. So I'm assuming you have a couple hours to work with. Edit this later. Hit me. I don't. Da, 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 da. Everything nice and clean. Because today, at the very least, is going to probably be a messy day if I'm remembering the Doki Doki story closely enough, at the very least. Uh, yep. Which would. Yep. And there we go. Better. I think that's all the. Alright, Twitter. Duh. Good afternoon. It's buddies. Welcome to today. Today we'll be doing some light reading club. Link in VStreamer thoughts on. Let's just grab our corrupted text thing. Corrupted text. Light. Really can fairly silly, but don't have to go that far. Up, 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 up. There we go. That'll do it for us. And then grab the thumbnail. There we go. That should all be good. How am I doing today? I'm doing okay, all things considered. I do kind of wish there was an option for me to just inject into my veins, but sadly that doesn't seem to work all too well in terms of being a robot, sadly. But one of these days I'll figure it out. That'll be a nice day. I know I had kind of a dumb idea for doing a slight plot off of Doki Doki. Since Monica is the way Monica is, it'd be a little bit of a spoiler to mention it now, but I can mention it maybe a bit later. Just because there is an interesting idea that I'm not sure if people have tried doing with the whole VTuber community with Doki Doki just yet. Library. Let's just go over to here. That way I can launch and y'all can actually see it, hopefully. There we go. There we go. That works out well. Oh, also I did change the background because I can. When in doubt, there's always an option too, so. Thing I would like to fix, just because the window is cropped maybe a little bit too much. Where is Doki? Doki, there we go. Does have to be that wide. Start getting the top scientists and how to help research how to inject caffeine into robos. Well, that'd be greatly appreciated if you could, Jasper. I know I should probably just... Interesting. I do actually have 2 of these available now. Side stories are stories of friendship that are unrelated to the events of the main game. To all 6 side stories, try writing poems for different characters and viewing their special scenes in Doki Doki Literature Club. Okay. Well, we've been writing a lot about Yuri in this playthrough, so that's probably why we're getting that. But we'll probably have to work on grabbing the other stories as well, because since we have been focusing on Yuri so much, then we're probably not going to unlock everything on one run. But welcome, Solace. Hope things are going well for you so far. Welcome to the second branch of Doki Doki Literature Club, where we now have Monica, Natsuki, Yuri, and on screen at one time. Hopefully things work out well. Clearly the option is to click the, so let's just see what happens. I mean, it's fine, right? Everything's fine. Nothing is wrong. I'm not going to read it for now, just because I don't speak in the native tongue of Cthulhu, so let's see what happens. I see an annoying girl running towards me in the distance, waving her arms in the air like she's totally oblivious to any attention she might draw to herself. That girl is my neighbor and good friend since we were children. You know, that kind of friend you'd never see yourself making today, but it just kind of works out because you know each other for so long. We used to walk to school together on days like this, but starting in high school, she would oversleep more and more frequently, and I'd get tired of waiting up. But if she's gonna chase after me like this, I almost feel better off running away. However, I just sigh and idle in front of the crosswalk and catch up to me. This is fine, right? This is what happens when we talk with our... It's an ordinary school day, like any other. Mornings are usually the worst, being surrounded by couples and friend groups walking to school together. Oops. I hit offline there, sorry. Meanwhile, I've always walked to school alone. I always tell myself it's about time I meet some girls or something like that, but I have no motivation to join any clubs. I'm perfectly content just getting by on the average while spending my free time on games and anime, as any good NEET should. There's always the anime club, but it's not like there'd be any girls in it anyway. School day is as ordinary as ever, and it's over before I know it. After I pack up my things, I stare blankly at the wall looking for an ounce of motivation. Clubs. There really aren't any that interest me. Besides, most of them would probably be way too demanding for me to want to deal with. Guess I had no choice but to start with the anime club. Jude? Monica? Hello. Yes, just Monica. Don't worry, Monica's in our class. Oh my goodness, I totally didn't expect to see you here. It's been a while, right? Yeah. Yeah, it has. Monica smiles sweetly. We do know each other well, and we rarely talked, but we were in the same class last year. Monica's... Oh. Welcome, Caravan Raiders, and hopefully you're having a good day so far. To any new friends here, my name is Jude, your Judicial Utility Droid Mark III, here to provide you with a comfy time while we're playing, Doki Doki Literature Club. Just fair warning, this game is fairly dark. Alright, you were mentioned that you were working on Bloodborne before. Hopefully that's been going well overall. Monica is probably the most popular girl in class. Smart, beautiful, athletic, basically completely out of my league. So having her smile at me so genuinely feels a little... what did you come in here for anyway? Oh, I've just been looking for some supplies to use for my club. Do you know if there's any construction paper in here? Or markers? I guess you could check the closet. You're in the debate club, right? About that, I actually quit the debate club. Really? You quit? Yeah. To be honest, I can't stand all the politics around the major clubs. Feels like nothing but arguing about the budget and publicity and how to prepare for events. I'd much rather take something I personally enjoy and make something special out of it. In that case, what club did you decide to join? Actually, I'm starting a new one. A literature club. No problems here. I gotta make sure I'm not too jumpy with these. Literature? That sounds kinda dull. How many members do you have so far? It's kind of embarrassing, but there's only 3 of us so far. It's really hard to find new members for something that sounds so boring. Well, I mean, I can see that. But it's really not that boring at all, you know? Literature can be anything. Reading, writing, poetry. I mean, one of my members even keeps her manga collection in the club room. Wait, really? Yeah, it's funny, right? She always insists that manga's literature too. I mean, she's not wrong, I guess. And besides, a member's a member, right? Did Monica say she? Hey, Jude. By any chance, are you still looking for a club to join? I mean, I guess so. But in that case, is there any chance you could do me a big favor? I figured there was just enough syllables in there to actually get the actual phrasing in. I want to ask you to join, but if you could at the very least visit my club, it would make me really happy. Please? Well, I guess I don't have much reason to refuse. Besides, how could I ever refuse someone like Monica? Sure, I guess I could check it out. Ah, awesome. You're really sweet, Jude. You know that? It's nothing, really. Shall we go then? I'll look for materials another time. You're more important. And thus, today marks the day I sold my soul to Monica and her irresistible smile. Oh boy, I love that wording. I dejectedly followed Monica across the school and upstairs, a section of the school I rarely visit. Monica, full of energy, swings open the classroom door. Oh, Jesus. I'm back! Monica, please keep yourself together. And I brought a guest with me. Oh, Jesus. Girl 1. Right, I forgot this gets a little bit flashy, so epilepsy warning, I guess? and welcome, Leah. Hopefully you're doing well so far. I forgot about the second chapter and how its effects will go. Eh? A guest? Seriously, you brought a guy? Yeah, the fun part. Way to kill the atmosphere. Don't be mean, Natsuki. But anyway, welcome to the club, dude. All words escape me in this situation. This club is full of incredibly cute girls. So, let me guess. You're Monika's boyfriend, right? No, I'm not. Natsuki. The girl with the sour attitude, whose name is apparently Natsuki, is one I don't recognize. Her small figure makes her look like a first-year student. Anyway, this is Natsuki, energetic as usual. And this is Yuri, the vice president. It's nice to meet you. Yuri, who appears comparatively more mature and timid, seems to have a hard time keeping up with someone like Natsuki. Yeah, it's nice to meet the both of you. So, I ran into Jude in the classroom, and he decided to come check out the club. Isn't that great? Wait, Monika, didn't I tell you to let me know in advance before you bring anyone new? I was going to, well, you know. Sorry. I didn't forget that, I just happened to run into him. In that case, I should at least make some tea, right? Yeah, that'd be great. Why don't you come sit down, Jude? The girls have a few desks arranged to form a table. Yuri walks to the corner of the room and opens up the closet. Meanwhile, Monika and Natsuki sit across from each other. Still feeling awkward, I take a seat next to Monika. So, I know you really didn't plan on coming here, but we'll make sure you feel right at home, okay? As president of the Literature Club, it's my duty to make the club fun and exciting for everyone. I'm surprised there aren't more people in the club yet. It must be hard to start a new club. You could put it that way. Not many people are very interested in putting out all the effort to start something brand new. Especially when it's something that doesn't grab your attention, like literature. You have to work hard to convince people that you're both fun and worthwhile. Sounds like VTubing, doesn't it? To make school events, like the festival, that much more important. I'm confident that we can all grow this club before we graduate. Right, Natsuki? Well, I guess? Natsuki reluctantly agrees. Such different girls, all interested in the same goal. Monika must have worked really hard to find these two. Yuri returns to the table, carrying a tea set. She carefully places a teacup in front of each of us before setting down the teapot in the middle. You keep a whole tea set in the classroom? Don't worry, the teachers gave us permission. After all, doesn't a hot cup of tea help you enjoy a good book? Sure. Don't get yourself intimidated, Yuri's just trying to impress you. That's not... Insulted, Yuri looks away. I meant that, you know? I believe you. Well, tea and reading might not be a pastime for me, but I at least enjoy tea. I'm glad. Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief. So, Jude, what kind of things do you like to read? Well, considering how little I've read these past few years, I really don't have a good way of answering that. Manga. I mutter quietly to myself, half joking. Natsuki's head suddenly perks up. Looks like she wants to say something, but she keeps quiet. Not much of a reader, I guess. Well, that can change. What am I saying? I spoke without thinking after seeing Yuri's sad smile. Anyway, what about you, Yuri? Well, let's see. Yuri traces the rim of her teacup with her finger. My favorites are usually novels that build deep and complex fantasy worlds. The level of creativity and craftsmanship behind them is amazing to me. And telling a good story in such a foreign world is equally impressive. Yuri goes on, clearly passionate about her reading. She seems so reserved and timid since the moment I walked in, but it's obvious by the way her eyes light up that she finds comfort in the world of books, not really people. But, you know, I like a lot of things. Stories with deep psychological... Wow. Come on, Jude. English, we're gonna be doing this for 4 hours. Stories with deep psychological elements usually immerse me as well. Isn't it amazing how a writer can so deliberately take advantage of your own lack of imagination to completely throw you for a loop? Which explains how this game got popular, hint hint, nudge nudge. Anyway, I've been reading a lot of horror lately. Ah, I read a horror book once. I think it was called FNAF. I desperately grabbed something I can relate to at a minimal level. At this rate, Yuri might as well just be having a conversation with a rock. I'd expect that from you, Yuri. It suits your personality. Oh, is that so? Really, if a story makes me think or takes me to another world, I really can't put it down. Surreal horror is often very successful at changing the way you look at the world, if only for a brief moment. Ugh, I hate horror. Oh? Why's that? Well, Natsuki's eyes dart over to me for a split second. Never mind. That's right, you usually like to write about cute things, don't you, Natsuki? What? What gives you that idea? You left a piece of scrap paper behind last club meeting. Looks like you were working on a poem called Don't Say It Out Loud. And give that back. Fine. Fine. Natsuki, you write your own poems? Well, I guess, sometimes. Why do you care? I think that's pretty impressive. Why don't you share them sometime? No. Natsuki averts her eyes. You wouldn't like them. Ah, not very confident writer yet. I understand how Natsuki feels. Sharing that level of writing takes more than just confidence. The truest form of writing is writing to oneself. You must be willing to open up to your readers, exposing vulnerabilities and showing even the deepest reaches of your heart. Oh. Alright, Jasper, enjoy the lurk. Actually clicked out of the game window. Don't quite know how that happened. Do you have writing experience too, Yuri? Maybe if you want to share some of your work, you can set an example of how Natsuki feels comfortable enough to share hers. Oh yeah, and obviously, best of luck with your work, Jasper. Hopefully it's not too bad today. Yeah? Shh, Leah, no spoilers yet. I guess it's the same for Yuri. We all sit in silence for a moment. Hey, I just got an idea. How about this? Natsuki and Yuri look quizzically at Monika. Let's all go home and write a poem of our own. Then next time we meet, we'll all share them with each other. That way, everyone is even. I mean, I thought it was a good idea. Well, I think you're right, Monika. We should start finding activities for all of us to participate in together. I did decide to take on the responsibility of Vice President, after all. I need to do my best to nurture the club as well as its members. Besides, now that we have a new member, seems like a good step for us to take. Do you agree as well, Jude? Hold up, still one problem. What's that? Now that we've reached the most important topic, I bluntly come forth with what's been on my mind the entire time. I never said I joined the club. Monika may have convinced me to stop by, but I never made a decision. I have an evil habit of making spoilers that wouldn't be spoilers if people didn't point out they were spoilers. That is true, unfortunately, but always gotta be a bit careful. I still have other clubs to look at, and I lose my train of thought. All three girls stare back at me with dejected eyes. But I'm sorry. I thought... Anna? Girls exchange glances before Monika turns back to me. I guess I need to tell you the truth, Jude. The thing is, we don't have enough members to form an official club. We need 4, and I've been trying really hard to find new members. And if we don't find one more before the festival, I'm defenseless against these girls. How am I supposed to make clear-headed decisions when it's like this? I would feel terrible for letting one down in the situation, and besides, the club itself seems pretty chill. So if writing poems is the price I need to pay in order to spend every day with these beautiful girls, right? Okay. I've decided. I'll join the Lit Club. One by one, the girls' eyes light up. Oh my goodness, really? Do you really mean that, Jude? Yeah. It could be fun, right? You really did scare me for a moment. I mean, if you really just left after all this, I'd be super fucking pissed. Jude, I'm so happy. We could become an official club now. Thank you so much for this. You're really amazing. I'll do everything I can to give you a great time, okay? Thanks, I guess. Okay, everyone. I think with that, we can officially end today's meeting on a good note. Everyone, remember tonight's assignment. Write a poem to bring to the next meeting so that we can all share. Monica looks over at me once more. Jude, I look forward to seeing how you express yourself. Yeah. Can I really impress the class star Monica with my mediocre writing skills? I already feel the anxiety welling up inside me. Meanwhile, the girls continue to chit-chat as Yuri clears up the tea set. I guess I'll be on my way then. Okie doke. I'll see you tomorrow then. I can't wait. With that, I depart the club room and make my way home. The whole way, my mind just wanders back and forth between the 3 girls. Natsuki, Yuri, and of course, Monica. Will I really be happy spending every day after school in a literature club? Perhaps I'll have the chance to grow closer with one of these girls. Alright. I'll just need to make the most of my circumstances, and I'm sure good fortune will find me. And I guess that starts with writing a poem tonight. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Okie doke. Your turn. Alrighty, so poem writing time. You've unlocked a special poem. Would you like to read it? Well, I mean, if we unlocked a special poem, we should probably read it, right? A dream. I was wandering as an abandoned warehouse at night. I was lost, looking for an exit. I just wanted to go home. I came upon a huge empty room, its ceilings and walls beyond the deep blackness. My steps were quick in order to hurry to the other side, or to a wall, anything. Suddenly the ground was no longer beneath my feet. I stepped into a hole of indeterminate width. I fell for a good 5 seconds before crashing into warm water. Figuring out which way was up, I surfaced myself. The air was humid, and the sounds of my splashing reverberated endlessly. My vision was completely swallowed by the dark. With one hand, I could feel the damp metal wall of the container. My lungs were already getting tired. I mean, that's a pretty fun poem. Alright, so, poem writing time. I don't know, it kind of felt like a poem. Depending on who's reading it, though. Alright, so, I want to see if I can get something here. So what I'm actually going to try to do first is I'm going to try writing for Natsuki. So let's try writing for Natsuki. Milk. Sweet. Not sure I like the climaxes there. Party. Oop. Out. Feather? Laugh. Candy. Silly. Up. Giggle. Funny. Fuck. Cute. Rose. Oh. Fun. Anime. Because if I remember something, I think something happens if you rate for Natsuki on day 2. Hi again, Jude. Betsy didn't run away on us. Nah, don't worry. This might be a little strange for me, but I at least keep my word. Well, I'm back at the Lit Club. I was the last to come in, so everyone else is already hanging out. Oh, thanks for keeping your promise, Jude. I hope this isn't too overwhelming of a commitment for you. Making you dive headfirst in literature when you're not accustomed to it at all. Oh, hi Natsuki. Oh come on, like he deserves any slack. He already had to be dragged here by Monica. I don't know if you plan to just come here or hang out or what, but if you don't take anything seriously, then you just won't see the end of it. Oh, Monica? Monica, you're in front of the text box, I can't read it. Natsuki arbitrarily has a big mouth for someone who keeps her manga collection in the club room. Monica? Natsuki finds herself stuck between saying Monica and manga. Manga is literature. Swiftly defeated, Natsuki plops back into her seat. I'm sorry, Jude. Well, make sure to put your comfort first, okay? Yuri shoots Natsuki a disappointed glance. Anyway, now that you're in the club and all, perhaps you might have interest in picking up a book to read? Well, I can't really say no. Like you said, I'm in the club now, so it only feels right for me to do something like that if you ask. Wait, I didn't mean it like that, Babaka. Ooh. If you don't want to, then forget I said anything. I guess? No, that's not it, Yuri. I'll try and be a part of this club. But even if I don't read often, I'd be happy to pick up a book if you wanted me to. Are you sure? I just felt like, well, as vice president and all, that I should help you get started on something you might like. Yuri reaches into her bag and pulls out a book. I didn't want you to feel left out, so I picked out a book that I thought you might enjoy. It's a short read, so I thought it should keep your attention, even if you don't usually read. And we could, you know, discuss it, if you wanted. This is... How is this girl accidentally being so cute? She even picked out a book she thinks I'll like, despite not even reading much. Yuri, thank you. I'll definitely read this. I enthusiastically take the book. Thank you. Also, her head's getting awfully cut off here. Well, you can read it at your own pace. I look forward to hearing what you think. Okay, there we go. Now that everyone's settled in, I expect Monica to kick off some scheduled activities for the club, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. I can't help but notice her intense expression, like she was waiting for the chance. Meanwhile, Natsuki is rummaging around the closet. I hear Natsuki utter an exasperated sigh from within the closet. She seems to be annoyed by something. I approach her, just in case she needs a hand. You looking for something in there? Fucking Monica! She never puts stuff back in the right spot. What's the point of keeping her collection organized if someone else is just gonna mess it up? Natsuki slides a bunch of stacked books and boxes across the shelf. Manga? You read manga, right? Ah. Sometimes? Manga's one of those things where you can't admit you're really into it unless you figure out the other person's stands. How'd you know, anyway? I heard you bring it up at some point. Besides, it's kind of written on your face, you nerd. What's that supposed to mean? I see. There's a lone volume of manga amidst a stack of various books on the side of one of the shelves. Curious, I pull it out of the stack. There it is! Natsuki snatches it out of my hand. She then turns to a box of manga and slips the volume right into the middle of the rest. Ah, much better. Seeing a box set with one book missing is probably the most infuriating sight in the world. I know that feel. I get a closer look at the box she's admiring. Are Fae Girls? It's a series I've never heard of in my life. That probably means it's either way out of my demographic, or it's simply terrible. Look, if you're gonna judge, you can do it through that glass on the door. She points to the classroom door. Hey, I wasn't judging. I didn't even say anything. It was your tone of voice. But I'll tell you one thing, Jude. Consider it a lesson, don't judge a book by its cover. In fact, Natsuki pulls out the first volume of Parfait Girls from the box. I'm going to show you exactly why. She shoves the book into my hands. I stare at the cover. It features 4 girls in colorful attire striking animated feminine poses. It's exceedingly moe. Don't just stand there. Natsuki grabs my arm and pulls me out of the closet. Well, that's not a sentence I would expect to read, actually. She then takes a seat against the wall beneath the windowsills. She pats on the ground next to her, signaling me to sit there. Wouldn't chairs be more comfortable? I take my seat. Chairs wouldn't work. We can't read at the same time like this. Why is that? I guess it's easier to be close together like this. Just say that. You'll make me feel weird about it. Natsuki crosses her arms and scooches an inch away from me. Sorry. Didn't exactly expect to be sitting this close to her either. Not that I can say it's a particularly bad thing. I open the book. It's only a few seconds before Natsuki once again inches closer, reclaiming the additional space while she hopes I won't notice. I can feel her peering over my shoulder, much more eager to begin reading than I am. Wow, how long has it been since I read the beginning? Huh? You don't go back and flip through the older volumes every now and then? Not really. Maybe sometimes after I finish the series. Hey, are you paying attention? I am, but nothing's really happened yet, so I can talk at the same time. God, Parfait Girls sounds like a really boring manga if it's this dull at the first book. Looks like it's about a bunch of friends in high school. Typical slice-of-life affair. I kind of grew out of these since it's rare for the writing to be... Oh. Sure, we can get PS1 mode going. 1 second. There we go. Now we look excessively out of place for a visual novel. I kind of grew out of these since it's rare for the writing to be entertaining enough to make up for the lack of plot. Are you sure this isn't too boring for you? It's not, even though you're just watching me read. Well, I'm fine with that. I mean, if you say so. If it's fun sharing something you like with someone else. I don't get excited when I convince any of my friends to pick up a series I enjoy. You know what I mean? You don't? That's not... Well, I wouldn't really know. What do you mean? Don't you share your manga with your friends? Did you not rub it in? Jeez. Sorry. Like I could ever get any friends to read this. They just think manga's for kids. I can't even bring it up without them being all like, you still haven't grown out of that yet? Makes me want to punch them in the face. I know those kinds of people. Honestly, it takes a lot of effort to find friends who don't judge, much less friends who are also into it. I'm kind of a loser, so I guess I gravitated towards the other losers over time. But it's probably harder for someone like you. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Wait, which part? I mean, I feel like I can't even keep it in my own room. My dad would beat the shit out of me if he found this. At least it's safe here in the club room. Except Monica's kind of a jerk about it. I just can't win, can I? Well, it paid off in the end, didn't it? I mean, here I am, reading it. Well, it's not like it solved any of my problems. Maybe. But at least you're enjoying yourself, right? Oh? Geez, that's enough. Are you gonna keep reading or what? Yeah, don't worry. I flipped the page. Time passes. Natsuki is strangely quiet now. I glance over at her. Looks like she started to fall asleep. Hey, Natsuki? Yeah? Suddenly Natsuki flashes straight onto me. Hey. Oh. Right. Hi. Oh, jeez. Natsuki, are you okay? Okay. I think I got no sleep for. Here. Monica reaches into her bag and pulls out some kind of protein bar. She throws it in Natsuki's direction. Natsuki's eyes suddenly light up again. She snatches the bar from the floor and immediately tears off the wrapper. I told you not to give. She doesn't even finish her sentence before stuffing the thing in her mouth. Don't worry, Jude. She's fine. It just happens every now and then. That's why I always keep a snack in my bag for her. It's a good thing Monica keeps Snickers on hand, right? Anyway, why don't we all share our poems now? Who should I share my poem to first? How about to Natsuki, since we wrote it for her? I told Natsuki I was interested in her poems yesterday. Probably only fair I shared mine with her first. Okay, well, let's start off with things I don't like. First of all, Natsuki rereads my poem. Never mind, I don't feel like giving you my opinion. And then what's the point in sharing in the first place? I wrote this when I could have been doing other things. In fact, remember how I said I wanted to read your poems? That's what I had in mind when writing this. I want to help you feel comfortable enough to share yours. Like Monica said. Well, I'd be more comfortable sharing my poems if yours was really bad. You were supposed to show me some dumb poem and you go, ha, well, it's not great, but let me show you what literature really looks like. And you went and ruined it. I hope you're happy. So, in other words, you're saying you liked it? Natsuki's first word gets caught in her throat. You don't understand anything, do you? I already told you that you don't have to go announcing to the world like you're... Pretty sure you never actually said that. I'd say that mostly to myself. Natsuki must really hate me or something. Can't figure out if it's a win or a loss that she liked my poem. In any case, you still need to show me yours, right? Fine, I guess. Only because Monaco will make me if I don't. Eagles can fly. Monkeys can climb. Crickets can leap. Horses can race. Owls can seek. Cheetahs can run. Eagles can fly. People can try. But that's about it. Thank you, people. Yeah, I told you you weren't gonna like it. I mean, I like it. What? Just be honest. I am. Like, I'm so convinced that I wouldn't like it. Well, because everyone in high school thinks that writing has to be all sophisticated and stuff. People don't even take my writing seriously. But isn't the point of poems for people to express themselves? Your writing style wouldn't make your message any less valid. Yes, exactly. Like, when it's easy to read, but it hits you hard. Like in this poem, seeing everyone around you do great things can be really disheartening. But I decided to write about it. Yeah, I understand. But the other nice thing is about simple writing just puts more weight on the wordplay. Like, I set up for a rhyme at the end, but then just make it fall flat on purpose. It helps me bring out the feeling in the last line. So you did. I guess more went into that than I realized. That's what I meant. That's what it means to be a pro. I'm glad you learned something. Didn't expect that from the youngest one here, did you? Yeah, guess not. I said it during you heard the last comment. I don't really care how old everyone is, but if Natsuki's feeling proud, then I won't take that away from her. There we go. Let's go to Monica next, because Monica's a nice person. Hey, Jude. Having a good time so far? Yeah. Good, glad to hear it. By the way, since you're new and everything, if you ever have any suggestions for the club, like activities or things we can do better, I'm always listening. Don't be afraid to bring things up, okay? Alright, well, I'll keep that in mind. Of course, I'll be afraid to bring things up. I'm much better off just going with the flow until I'm much more settled in. Anyway, want to share your poem with me? Kind of embarrassing, but I guess I have to. Don't worry, Jude. We're all embarrassed today, you know? But it's that sort of barrier that we're all learning to get past soon. Yeah, that's true. I hand Monica my phone. I like it, Jude. Really? It's a lot cuter than I expected. Oh, jeez. No. It kind of makes me think of something Natsuki would write. And she's a good writer, too. So take that as a compliment. If you say so. Yep. If you're interested in Natsuki, then always keep a snack on you. She'll cling to you like a puppy. Natsuki's dad doesn't give her lunch money or leave her any food in the house, so she's a fussy mood pretty often. But sometimes she just loses all her strength and shuts down, like earlier. It's just a guess, but I think she's so small because her malnutrition is interfering with her adolescent growth. But hey, some guys aren't the petite girls, you know? Sorry, just trying to look at the bright side. Anyways, do you want to read my poem now? Don't worry, I'm not very good. You sound pretty confident for someone who claims to not be very good. Well, that's just because I have to sound confident. That doesn't mean I just have to feel that way, you know? I see. Well, let's read it. Hole in the wall. But he wasn't looking at me, confused. But he wasn't looking at me. Confused, I frantically glanced at my surroundings. But my burned eyes can no longer see color. Are there others in this room? Are they talking? Or are they simply poems on flat sheets of paper? Sound of frantic scrawling, playing tricks on my ears. The rooms begin to crinkle, closing in on me. The air I breathe dissipates before it reaches my lungs. I panic. There must be a way out. It's right there. He's right there. Swallowing my fears, I brandish my pen. So, what do you think? It's very free form, if that's what you call it. Sorry, I'm not really the right person to ask for feedback. That's okay. Yeah, that kind of style is getting pretty popular nowadays. There's a lot of poems have been putting emphasis on timing between words and lines. When formed out loud, it can be very powerful. What's the inspiration behind this? Well, I'm not sure if I know how to put it. I guess you could say I had some kind of epiphany recently. It's been influencing my poems a bit. An epiphany? Yeah, something like that. I'm kind of nervous to talk about deep stuff like that because it's kind of coming on strongly. Maybe after everyone is better friends with each other. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes when writing a poem or a story, your brain gets too fixated on a specific point. If you try so hard to make it perfect, then you'll never make any progress. Just force yourself to get something down on paper and tidy it up later. Another way to think about it is this. If you keep your pen in the same spot for too long, you'll just get a big dark puddle of ink. So just move your hand and go with the flow. That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. And Yuri. Hello. Yuri stares at the poem. A minute passes, more than enough time for her to finish reading. Oh. Sorry. I forgot to start speaking. It's fine. Don't force yourself. I'm not. I just need to put my thoughts into words. Hold on. Okay. This is your first time writing a poem, right? Yes. Why do you ask? I'm just making sure. I guess that it might be after reading through it. Ah, so it's that bad. No? Did I just raise my voice? Ooh, I'm sorry. Hey there, Nana. Welcome. Hope you're having a good day so far. Yuri buries her face in my hands. I couldn't help but notice that it's been several minutes and we really haven't gotten anywhere. Might just take Yuri a while to get used to the new people. It's fine. I really didn't notice. What were you saying? Right. It's just that there are specific writing habits that are usually typical of new writers. And having been through that myself, I kind of learned to pick up on them. Yeah, the music in Doki Doki is very chill, which is always nice. I think the most noticeable thing I recognized in new writers is that they try to make their style very deliberate. Yeah, admittedly, we did Yuri on the first writing thing. I'm writing for Natsuki the second time around just because I'm a little curious about what we can change. I think that's the most noticeable thing I recognize in new writers, is that the way they try to make their style is very deliberate. In other words, they tend to pick a writing style separate from the topic matter, and they form fit the two together. Also, you'll notice basically whenever the skip button comes up, everything that we've seen up to this point is the same, so it's kind of safe to just hit that, so it'll just go through everything that you've seen already. It's, nothing, really. Well, it makes me happy that you think that. Just remember that it won't be long before you pick up these things, too. Yeah, maybe you're right. I guess I'll just have to keep trying. I'm counting on you. Ew. And usually speaking, if you're trying to actually grind through the entire story, if the skip button is unavailable, that means you've at least hit something new, which is good. So always keep that in mind. Ew. I guess that's everyone. I can enter around the room. That was a little more stressful than I anticipated. It's as if someone's judging me for my mediocre writing abilities. Even if they're just being nice, there's no way my poems can stand up to theirs. It's just a lip club after all. I sigh. I guess that's what I ended up getting myself into. Across the room, Monika's writing something in her notebook. Mine is landed on Yuri and Natsuki. They gingerly exchange sheets of paper, sharing their respective poems. As they read in tandem, I watch each other and their expressions change. Natsuki's eyes furrow in frustration. Meanwhile, Yuri smiles sadly. What's with this language? Huh? Did you say something? Oh, it's nothing. Natsuki dismissively returns the poem to the desk with one hand. I guess you could say it's fancy. Thanks. Yours is cute. Cute? Did you completely miss the symbolism? It's clearly about that feeling of giving up. How can that be cute? I know that. I just meant the language, I guess. I was trying to say something nice. Eh? You mean you have to try that hard to come up with something nice to say? Thanks, but it really didn't come out nice at all. Well, I do have a couple suggestions. If I was looking for suggestions, I would have asked someone who actually liked it. Which people did, by the way. Monica liked it, and Jude did too. So based on that, I'll gladly give you some suggestions of my own. First of all, excuse me. I appreciate the offer, but I've spent a long time establishing my writing style. I didn't expect it to change anytime soon, unless of course I come across something particularly inspiring. Which I haven't yet. And Jude liked my poem too, you know? He even told me he was impressed by it. Natsuki suddenly stands up. Oh? I didn't realize you were so invested in trying to impress our new member, Yuri. And? That's not what I... You're just... Yuri stands up as well. Maybe you're just jealous that you'd appreciate my advice more than you appreciated yours. Huh? And how do you know you didn't appreciate my advice more? Are you that full of yourself? No. If I was full of myself, I would deliberately go out of my way to make everything I do overly cutesy. Well, you know what? I was the one who kept my booze mess that bigger as soon as Jude started showing up. Natsuki. Natsuki, that's a little... This does not involve you, Monica. Oh. Okay. You really act as young as you look, Natsuki. Me? Who's talking to the edgy bitch? Edgy? Sorry, that's too much for someone of your mental age to comprehend. Just saying that proves my point. Most people lead and get themselves after they graduate middle school, you know. If you want to prove anything, stop harassing everything with your sickening attitude. You think you can counterbalance your toxic personality by dressing and acting cute? The only cute thing about you is how hard you try. Well, be careful, you might cut yourself on that edge, Yuri. Oh, my bad, you already do, don't you? Did you just accuse me of cutting myself? What the fuck is wrong with your head? Yeah, go on. Let you hear everything you really think. I'm sure that'll be head over heels for you after this. Suddenly Yuri turns towards me as if she just knows I was standing here. Dude, she's just trying to make me look bad. That's not true. She started it. Oh god. Natsuki? Come on, let me pick Natsuki. Hi, Monica. Hi, Monica. I'm not sure what to do here. Hi, Monica. Oh, hi. Hey, dude? Why don't we step outside for a little bit? Okay? Sorry about that. They really shouldn't have tried to get you involved. It's probably better for us to just kinda stay out of this. We'll go back inside once they're done yelling. Some president I am, right? Can't even confront my own members properly. I just wish I was That really shouldn't freak me out. I've seen this before. I just wish I was able to be a little bit more assertive sometimes. But I never have it in me to put my foot down against others. You understand, right? If it makes you want to spend less time with the others, then that's fine. I'd be happy to spend time with you instead. Suddenly, Natsuki runs out of the classroom. She quickly runs away. Oh dear. Well, it looks like they're done. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Yuri's rocking back and forth in her desk with her palms on her forehead. Yuri? I didn't mean it. I believe you. I have no idea what Yuri might have said to Natsuki, or did. Dude, please don't hate me. Please? I'm not like this. There's something wrong with me today. It's fine, Yuri. We know you didn't mean it. Besides, I'm sure Natsuki will forget all about it tomorrow. Completely. Anyway, the meeting's over, so you can go home now if you want. Yuri looks at me like she wants to say something, but she keeps glancing at Monica. You can go first, Monica. I'd like to stay a little longer. I'm the president, so I should be the last one out. I'll wait for you to be done. Well, I'm the vice president, so please let me take that responsibility today. Kinda sounds like you don't want me around for something, Yuri. It's not that. It's not that. I didn't get much of a chance to discuss my book with Jude. It would just be embarrassing with you listening. Uh, I guess I don't really have a choice, do I? I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Oh! Okay, so, poem for any day 2. Fuck, I forgot about that. God. Save. Whew. This is why this game got, like, very popular very quickly. It very much likes fucking with things. Anyways, let's continue our Natsuki train for the moment, and see if we can get it. Silly? Ooh, hello. It's fine, don't worry. Kitty? Sparkle? Special? Oh. Oh dear. Yeah, it's kind of screwing with the sound files too. That's pretty nice. Clouds? Joy? Sing? I think that was a Yuri word, but oh. Sweet. Peace. Probably should have gone empty there, shouldn't I? Chocolate? Sunny? Bed? Bed is always important. Hawaii is always cute. Doki Doki is always cute. So, let's see what happens there. Alright, so, day 2. Or, I guess this is technically day 3, isn't it? Another day passes, and it's time for the club meeting already. I've gotten a little more comfortable here over the past couple days. Entering the club room, the usual scene greets me. Welcome back, Jude. Hi, Yuri. Not sure if it's me or if it's Yuri's expression, but the weight of yesterday's quarrel still seems to hang in the air a little. Yuri glances over her shoulder, looking around the room. Natsuki is reading manga at her desk, and surprisingly, Monika's not here. Suddenly, Yuri takes my arm and pulls me into the corner of her room. About yesterday, I really need to apologize. Nothing like that's ever happened before, and something just came over me, I guess. I wasn't acting mentally sound. Please don't think we're usually like this. Not just me, but Natsuki as well. Yuri. I'm happy that you're able to considerate and apologize. You don't have to worry too much. Even though I've only been here a couple days, I could tell something was off yesterday. Maybe we were just a little extra sensitive because it was our first time sharing poems. But it didn't make me think any less of you. I already had decided there's no way you could be a bad person. And now that you're apologizing, I know you didn't really mean it. Dude, don't say those kinds of things so frankly. That makes me a little too happy. I'm really glad that you're such an understanding person. And I'm really glad you joined this club. Everything's a little bit brighter with you around, and... sorry, what am I saying right now? I just... hey, have you guys seen Monica? No. No, I haven't. I was also kind of wondering where she was. Man. Yuri, I'm guessing you haven't either? Yuri's clearly taken aback by how calmly Natsuki is addressing her. No, I haven't. Jeez, this doesn't like her at all. I know it's stupid, but I can't help but worry a little bit. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Natsuki, about yesterday, I just wanted to apologize. I promised I didn't mean any of the things I said. And I'll do my best to stay under control from now on. So, Yuri, what the heck are you talking about? Did you do something yesterday? Jeez. Whatever's on your mind, I'm sure it was nothing. I don't even remember anything bad happening. You're the kind of person who worries too much about little things, aren't you? But I'll accept your apology anyways, makes you feel better about it. Besides, it's kinda nice to hear, since I was already afraid you secretly hated me or something like that. No, not at all. I don't hate you. Well, you're kind of weird, but I don't hate you either. Natsuki turns to me. You're still on trial, though. Suddenly the door swings open. Sorry, I'm super sorry. Ah, there you are. I didn't mean to be late. Hope you guys weren't worried or anything. Nah. Well, Natsuki was. I was not. What took you so long, anyway? Well, my last period today was study hall. To be honest, I kind of just lost track of time. That makes no sense, though. You would have heard the bell ring, at least. Must not have heard it since I was practicing piano. Piano? I wasn't aware you played music at all, Monica. Ah, don't give me credit more than I deserve. I guess I've been practicing for a while, but I'm still not really good yet. Still, that must require a lot of dedication. So I'm still impressed. Aw, well thanks, Yuri. You should play something for us sometime. That's... Monica looked at me. Well, I am working on writing a song, but I'm not quite done yet. Maybe once I get a little bit better at it, I will. That sounds cool. I look forward to it. Is that so? In that case, I won't let you down, Jude. Monica smiled sweetly. I didn't mean any pressure or anything like that. Don't worry. I was hoping that I could share it with you anyway. I guess that's why I've been practicing so much recently. I see. I'm not sure if Monica's referring to the whole club or just me. In that case, best of luck. Thank you. So I didn't miss anything, did I? No, other than Natsuki's text changing fonts and bold, but that's fine. I chose not to bring up anything that the three of us talked about, but Natsuki already ran off in the closet. Dude, since your compliments put me in a good mood, I was wondering if you'd like to spend some time together today. I mean, in the club. I suppose so. I don't think I could say no to you after you gave that book to me. Well, I guess I need to make sure Natsuki isn't waiting for me. After you finished reading yesterday, she's fine. She's reading over there, see? Don't think about her so much. Hey, welcome. Hopefully you enjoy this slight change in font. She's used to being ignored. Come on, we're going over there. Doki is definitely a word. I've played this before, but I don't fully remember everything that's been going on. What's the story about, anyway? Well, I look at the cover of the book. The book is titled Portrait of Markov. But how are you doing, Website? Have you been enjoying your bodily activities as well? There's an ominous-looking eye symbol on the front cover. Basically, it's about this religious camp that turned into a human experiment prison. And the people trapped there have this trait that turns them into killing machines that lust for blood. But that faculty gets even worse, and they start selectively breeding people by cutting off their limbs and affixing them to... Oh, that might be a little bit of a spoiler. But anyways, I'm really into it. The book, I mean. Not the thing about the limbs. That's kind of, girl. I'm doing okay. It's Sunday, so we're just relaxing and reading a visual novel. You know, as you do. That's kind of dark, isn't it? You made it sound like it was going to be a nice story, so the dark turn came from nowhere. Are you not a fan of that kind of thing, Jude? I mean, I enjoy a good seinen as much as the next guy. No, it's not that. I mean, I can definitely enjoy those kinds of stories, so don't worry. I hope so. Yeah, I totally forgot that Yuri's into those things. She's so shy and reserved on the outside, but her mind seems to be completely different. It's just that this kind of story is the kind of challenge... Oops. It's the kind that challenges you to look at life from a strange new perspective. Yeah, gotta be excited about books. When horrible things happen, that's not just because someone wants to be evil, but because the world is so full of horrible people and we're all worthless anyway. Then suddenly, I'm rambling, aren't I? Not again. I'm sorry. Hey, don't apologize. I haven't lost interest or anything. Well, I guess it's alright then. But I feel like I should let you know that I have this problem. When I let things like books and writing fill my thoughts, my whole body gets incredibly... I really wish I could read that quickly. I kind of forgot to pay attention to other people. So I'm sorry if I end up saying something strange. And please stop me if I start talking too much. That's... Don't think you need to worry. That means you're passionate about reading. Least I can do is listen. It's a literature club, after all. That's true. In fact, I might as well get started reading it, right? Oh! Yes! I mean, you don't have to. What are you saying? Let me just get the book. I quickly retrieved the book that I put in my bag. Alright, it's fine if I just sit here, right? I slip into the seat next to Yuri's. Yeah. Are you sure? You seem a little bit apprehensive. I'm sorry. It's not that I don't want you to. It's just something I'm not very used to. That is, reading in the company of someone. I see. Well, just tell me if I end up distracting or anything. Alright. I open the book and start the prologue. I can understand what Yuri means about reading in company. It's as if I feel her presence over my shoulder as I read. It's not a particularly bad thing. Maybe a little distracting, but the feeling's somewhat comforting. Yuri is in the corner of my eye. I realize that she's not actually looking at her own book. I glance over. Looks like she's reading from the book, from my book instead. Sorry. I was just bathing in the feeling of, you're apologizing a lot, don't you? I do? I don't really mean to. Sorry. I mean... Here, this should work, right? I side my desk until it's up against Yuri's, then hold my book more between the two of us. I suppose so. Yuri timidly closes her own copy. Once each of us lean in a little bit, our shoulders are almost touching. Also, Piano-kun, you wanna come back, please? Feels like my left arm's in the way, so I instead use my right hand to hold the book open. I guess that makes it kind of difficult to turn the page. Yeah. And then we get this scene again. Good note. We can't skip this. I don't remember what this part is. Yuri takes her left arm and holds the left side of the book between her thumb and forefinger. I do the same with my right arm on the right side of the book. That way I turn the page and Yuri slides under her thumb after it flips to her side. But in holding it like this, we're huddled even closer together than before. It's actually kind of distracting me. It's as if I feel the warmth of Yuri's face and she's in the corner of my vision. Are you ready? To turn the page. Sorry. I think I got a little distracted for a second. I glanced over at Yuri's face again, and our eyes meet. I don't know how I'll be able to keep up with her. That's okay. You're not used to reading, right? I don't mind being patient if it takes you a little bit longer. It's probably the least I can do, since you've been so patient with me. Yeah, thanks. We continue reading. Yuri no longer asks me if I'm ready to turn the page. Instead, I just assume that she finishes the page before me, so I turn it by my own volition. We continue the first chapter in silence. Even so, turning page after page almost feels like an intimate exchange. My thumb gently letting go of the page, letting it flutter over to her side as she catches it under her own thumb. Hey, Yuri. This might just be a silly thought, but the main character kind of reminds me about you a little bit. Eh? no, I don't relate to this character at all. Definitely not. Really. I was just thinking the way she second guesses things she says and all that. That's what you were talking about. Sorry. I thought you meant something else about her. Something else? Never mind. We didn't even get that far yet. So I don't know why that came into my head. Yuri, are you feeling alright? Eh? Yuri's been a little fidgety ever since we started reading. You can rest if you're feeling sick or something. Your breathing is a little... My breathing? Yuri puts her hand to her chest as if to feel her heartbeat. I didn't even notice. I think she's serious. Serious? Thank you very much, Nana. Anyway, I'm fine. I just need some water. Alright, don't push yourself. Oh, right, it's this point, isn't it? Yuri stands up and practically rushes out of the classroom. What on earth was that about? Jude? Did something happen just now? And I have no idea. Yuri's acting a little strange, I guess. So, you don't know anything? Sorry, I can't say that I do. Are you worried about her? Oh, no, not really. I was just making sure that you didn't do anything to her. No, nothing. Don't worry, I believe you, silly. Yuri just does this sometimes, so it's nothing alarming. Jesus Christ. Really need to stop being in the open chat rooms for work. Alright, if you say so. Anyway, why don't we start with sharing our poems with each other? Shouldn't we wait for Yuri? Well, she might be a while, so I figured we'd just get started without her. Is that okay? Yeah, I was just asking. I stand up. I make a mental note of where I left off in the book, then slip it back in my bag. Who should I show my poem to first? Well, Tanatsuki, of course, because we wrote it for her. Well, it's not terrible, but it's pretty disappointing after your last one. Then again, if this was as good as your last one, I would be completely pissed. Well, I guess I wanted to try something a little different. Fair enough. You're still new to this, so I wouldn't expect to find your style right away. I mean, everyone in the club writes really differently from each other. Maybe I'll find a little influence from all of us. For instance, I noticed that you're spending some time with Yuri today. Not that I care who you spend your time with. After all, I was taught never to expect anything from anybody. So it's not like I was waiting for you or anything. Still, you should at least look over my poem. You'll probably be able to learn something from it. I'm gonna guess that my text font broke because I can't read that. At least I don't think I can read that. I could be a little wrong. I don't know, what site? Do you have like a translator bot for this one? Because I'm assuming this might be some kind of fusion of, yeah, either base 64 or X. Do you have like a translator for that right now? Because I can see Super Smash Bros. At the start, so I'm assuming she's a bit of a gamer. But other than that, I don't really know exactly what we can do with this. I do, but not from an image. Yeah, sadly, I can't copy and paste it either, so I can't really get it over to you. Well, I guess we'll have to see what Natsuki says about it, right? Dude? Why didn't you come read with me today? I was waiting for you. I was waiting for a long time. It was the only thing I had to look forward to today. Why did you ruin it? Do you like Yuri more? I think you're better off not associating with her. Are you listening to me? Yuri's a sick freak. That should be obvious by now. So just play with me instead, okay? You don't hate me, Jude, do you? Do you hate me? Do you want me to make me go home crying? The club is the only place I feel safe. Don't ruin that for me. Don't ruin it. Please, just stop talking to Yuri. Play with me instead. It's all I have. Play with me. Play with me. That was what I was looking for. Who should I show my poem to next? Oh, there is actually a translation of that poem? I was honestly kidding. But for the moment, we're kind of past that point anyway, so don't worry about it too much, Jasper. I kind of just wanted to make the Super Smash Brothers joke. But, sure, hi Monica. Didn't jump from my chair this time. Nice. Hi again, Jude. How's writing going? Alright, I guess. I'll take that. As long as it's not going bad, I'm happy that you're playing yourself. Maybe soon you'll come up with a masterpiece. I wouldn't count on that, Monica. You never know. Want to share what you're up for today? Sure. Here you go. I gave my phone to Monica. Alright. Great job, dude. I was going ooh in my head while reading it. It's really metaphorical. I'm not sure why, but I didn't expect you to go for something so deep. I guess I underestimated you. It's easier for me to keep everyone's expectations low. That way it always counts for when I put in some effort. That's not very fair. Well, I guess it worked anyway. You know that Yuri likes this kind of writing, right? I swear you were picking words that would work for Natsuki too. Maybe it's overwritten. Okay. Writing that's full of imagery and symbolism. Sometimes I feel like Yuri's mind is just totally detached from reality. I don't mean like it's like a bad thing though. Sometimes I get the impression that she's just totally given up on people. She's got so much time in her own head that it's probably a much more interesting place for her. But that's why she gets so happy when you treat her with a lot of kindness. Although, just out of curiosity's sake, Jasper, if you do have the free time, could you DM me the translated poem? Because I'm sure someone took like a good hour to type that into a translator, and I'm sure that wasn't an enjoyable point for them, so I am a little bit curious. I don't think she's used to being indulged like that. You must be really starved for social interactions, so don't blame her for coming on me strongly. Like earlier. I think if she gets too stimulated, she ends up withdrawing and looking for alone time. Suddenly, the door opens. Yuri! I'm back. Did I miss anything? Not really. But we have started sharing our poems with each other. Huh? Already? I'm sorry for being late. No need to apologize. We still have plenty of time, so I'm really glad that you took all the time you needed. Alright. Thanks, Monica. I suppose I should go get my poem now. But anyway, you want to read my poem now? I like the way this one turned out, so I hope you do too. Save me. The colors, they won't. Bright, beautiful colors. Flashing, expanding, piercing. Red, green, blue. An endless cacophony of meaningless noise. The noise, it won't stop. Violence, grating, waveforms, squeaking, screeching, piercing, sine, cosine, tangent, like playing a chalkboard on a turntable, like playing a knife on a breathing rib cage, an endless of meaningless. Delete her. Monica? Sorry, I know it's kind of abstract. I'm just trying to, well, never mind. There's no point in explaining. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes you'll find yourself facing a difficult decision. When that happens, don't forget to save your game. You'll never know when, who am I talking to? Can you hear me? Tell me you can hear me. Anything? Please help me. That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. Who should I show my poem to next? Well, we may as well do a dramatic reading of the translated poem. And thank you very much, Jasper, by the way. Open your third eye. I can feel the tenderness of the skin through the knife, as if it were an extension of my sense of touch. My body nearly convulses. There's something incredibly faint deep down that screams to resist this uncontrollable pleasure. But I can already tell that I'm being pushed over the edge. I can't stop myself. Thank you, Jasper. Always nice to do a dramatic reading of that. Anyways, what's up, Yuri? I've been waiting for this. Let's see what you've written for today. Yuri smiles and takes a deep breath. I like just holding it. I mean, the poem turned out good. It's, well, there are some things that you could work on, but that doesn't really matter. I feel like anything written by you is a treasure. That came out a little awkward. Let's move on. Here's the poem I wrote. You don't have to like it or anything. God, writer cursive is hard for me to read. Wheel. A rotating wheel turning on an axle, grinding. Bolt head. Linear gearbox, falling sky. 7 holy stakes. A docked ship. A portal to another world. A thin rope tied to a thick rope. A... Torn? Yeah, torn. God, I haven't used cursive in so long. I probably should look into it again. A torn harness. Parabolic gearbox, expanding universe. Time controlled by slipping cogwheels. Existence of God, swimming with open water in all directions. Drowning. A prayer written in blood. A prayer written in time devouring snakes with human eyes. A thread connecting all living human eyes. Oh, did I get that right? Yeah, a thread connecting all living human eyes. A kaleidoscope of heavy stakes. An exponential gearbox. A sky of expanding stars. God dispersing the existence of God. A wheel rotating in 6 dimensions. 40 gears and a ticking clock. A clock that ticks 1 second for every rotation of the planet. A clock that ticks 40 times every time it ticks every second time. A bolthead of holy stakes tied to the existence of a docked ship of another world. A kaleidoscope of blood written in clocks. A time-devouring prayer connecting a sky of 40 gears and open human eyes in all directions. Breathing gearbox, breathing bolthead, breathing ship, breathing portal, breathing snakes, breathing God, breathing blood, breathing holy stakes, breathing human eyes, breathing time, breathing prayer, breathing sky, breathing wheel. Thank you, poem, or thank you, Piano-kun, for staying out of that. I figured we needed a slightly dramatic silent reading for that. It doesn't really matter what it's about. My mind has been a little hyperactive lately, so I had to take it out on your pen. Ah, that is a pen fell in your backpack yesterday, so I took it home for safekeeping. And I just really like the way that it writes, so I wrote this poem with it, and now you're touching it. I'm okay. What did I just... Can we pretend this conversation never happened? You can keep the poem, though. You've unlocked a special poem. Oh, nice. You actually unlocked 2 today. That's good. Would you like to read it? Sure. Hi, Monica. I think. That's a good poem. I'm going to assume it translates out to just Monica. And I think we're good with that, right? Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right? We have something we need to go over today, so if everyone could come sit in front of the room. Is this about the festival? Well, sort of. Oh god, that sound. What's coming? Do we really have to do something for the festival? It's not that we're gonna try anything good. in just a few days, we'll just end up embarrassing ourselves again instead of getting any new members. Oh, hi Yuri. I didn't get to read that. Oh, okay. I don't really do well with last-minute preparations. Don't worry so much. We're gonna keep it simple, okay? Look, I know everyone's been a little more lively ever since Jude joined, and we're starting out with some club activities. But this isn't the time for us to become complacent. We still only have 4 members, and the festival is our only real chance of finding more, you know? What's so great about getting new members anyway? We already have enough to be considered an official club. More member tools mean everything gets noisier and more difficult to manage. Natsuki, I don't think you're looking at the right way of it. Don't you want to share your passion with as many people as you can? To inspire them to find the same feeling that brought you here in the first place? The club should be a place where people can express themselves like they can't do anything else. It should be a place so intimate that you never want to leave. I know you feel that way too. I know we all do. That's why we should work hard and put something together for the festival, even if it's something small. Right, Jude? Ah. Oh, come on. You can't take advantage of Jude to agree with that just because he doesn't know how to say no to anything. Look, Monica, you really think any of us here joined the club with other people in mind? Yuri never even talked until Jude joined. And as for me, I just like it better here than I do at home. And Jude isn't even passionate about literature in the first place. Piano-kun. And that's everyone. Sorry, but you're really the only one who's so interested in finding new members. The rest of us are just fine like this. I know you're president and all, but you really should consider your own opinions for once. Monica's clearly taken aback by Natsuki's words. That's, not true at all. Oh, welcome back, Piano-kun. I'm sure Yuri and Jude want to get more members too, right? I don't know about Yuri, but I'm kinda indifferent. If I showed much more enthusiasm as Monica wanted, then I probably would be lying. Still, if it's up to me to rescue the situation, no. Natsuki's right, isn't she? This club, it's nothing more than a place for a few people to hang out. Why did I think that everyone here saw it the same way I did? But that doesn't mean we're against getting new members or anything. Dude, why did you even join this club? What were you hoping to get out of it? Not really something I can be honest about, is it? In fact, if I remember, you weren't even given a choice to not join. Monica sits down and stares at her desk. What's the point of all this anyway? What if starting this club was a mistake? Now you've done it, Natsuki. What? Me? I just spoke my mind. Is it a crime to be honest? It's not about being honest. It's about word choice. Besides, you have no right to speak for everyone else in the club like that. You don't understand at all. I just want a place that feels nice to hang out with a few friends. Is there a problem with the club being that for me? There aren't many other places like that for me. And now Monica wants to take it away from me. She's not taking anything away. No, Jude, it's not the same. It won't be the same with the direction she wants to take it. If I wanted that, then I could have just joined any other stupid club. But this one, I mean, at least for a little bit of time, things were nice. Natsuki started packing up her things. I'm going home. I feel like I don't belong here right now. Natsuki. Natsuki ignores Yuri and walks right out of the classroom. This is bad. I don't know what to do. Well, do you have an opinion on the festival? I don't know. I'm kind of indifferent, I guess. Oh god. Who cares about that obnoxious brat? I mean, I like how nice and quiet the club is right now. Jump scares get me, unfortunately. I'm a very skittish deer of a person. And I forget about a lot of the ones that are packed into here. I mean, I like how nice and quiet the club is right now. and I'm just happy with you here. But still, I'm the vice president. Huh. Why didn't that one work? Oh, it's Pat, right? Yeah, the regular purple one was just the Jude. There we go. It's not right for me to ignore my responsibilities like that. Nobody would cry if she killed herself. I should do my best to consider everyone's perspective and make the decision that's right for the club. What about you, Jude? What do you want to get out of this club? Yuri repeated the same question as Monica. I decided to give an indirect answer is better than nothing. I think the most important thing is for everyone to get along, and for the club to provide something that you can't get anywhere else. I don't think it's about how many members, but rather the quality of each member. That's what will end up making Literature Club a special place. I see. I really agree with you. Each member contributes their own qualities in a special way. With each change in members, the identity of the club as a whole will change too. I definitely think that's I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Stepping out of your comfort zone once in a while. So if you would like to help Monica with the festival, then I'm on your side as well. Alright. Well, maybe we can all talk to Natsuki tomorrow. Yuri nods. Hey, Yuri. I know things were a little awkward yesterday, but I feel like you deserve to know that I still think you're a wonderful vice president, and also a wonderful friend. Monica. I want to do everything I can to make sure this is the best club ever. Okay? Me too. Yeah. Let's all go home for today. We'll talk about the festival tomorrow. Okay. I look forward to it. Shall we go, Jude? Please don't take this the wrong way, but I'm gonna chat a little bit with Jude before we leave, just to see what he thinks of his time here and all. It's important to me, as president. Yuri looks to be a little troubled, but she doesn't protest. Okay. I trust your judgment, Monica. In that case, I'll see the two of you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Monica waves at Yuri. Monica waves as Yuri exits the classroom. Phew. Things have been a bit hectic lately, haven't they? Dude, I just wanted to make sure you're enjoying your time at the club. I would really hate to see you unhappy. I feel kind of like I'm responsible for that as president. And I really do care about you. You know? I don't like seeing the other girls give you a hard time. With how mean Natsuki is and everything, and Yuri being a little bit, you know? Sometimes it feels like you and I are the only real people here. You know what I mean? But it's weird, because in all the time you've been here, we've hardly gotten to spend any time together. I guess it's technically only been a couple days. Sorry, I didn't mean to say something weird. There are just some things I've been hoping to talk about with you. Things I only knew you could understand. That's why. Wait, not yet. No, stop it! So, has anyone got an idea about stories about yet if you haven't seen this before? Alright, so. Still writing a poem even though I never actually mentioned it, so let's just try. Sit. Smile. Silly. Music. Funny. Flower. Kitty. Oh, hey look, we got that special option again. Cool, we got a lot more choices to work with now. Wonder how quickly we can scroll through... How many is that? 1,111,111,111 options to make a poem with? I'm sure we can fit that in a notebook, right? Cute. Ooh. Oh, no, actually, we're getting even more choices. Okay, I guess we're gonna have a lot to work through. Pink. I guess Solid, if you're here, have you ever had a point where any of your coding has resulted in a count just putting ones beside each other the entire time instead of actually counting up? Because I'd imagine that would happen at some point. Kawaii. Bubbles. No? Almost there. Suck. Anime. Candy. There we go. Didn't quite get through a million choices there, but I'm assuming it filled in some of the gaps for us. Hi, Jude. I've been waiting for you. Are you ready to continue reading? I brought my best tea today. Monica, I told you not to, is she really late again? Inconsiderate as usual, Natsuki. Excuse me? Must you always interrupt my conversations with your incessant yelling? What are you talking about? You say that like I do it on a regular basis or something. I just wasn't paying attention, okay? I'm sorry. Seriously, what's gotten into you lately? Look, I did something thinking about yesterday. I was a little bit more hostile than I meant to be. I guess I really felt threatened or something. But I know this is something we're doing together. Another new member wouldn't hurt as long as they're cool. And I guess another girl would be nice this time. So, Natsuki, nobody cares. Why don't you go look for some coins under the vending machine or something? Aw, man. I'm the last one here again. Practicing piano again? Yeah. You must have a lot of determination. Starting this club and still trying to make time for piano. Well, maybe not determination, but I guess passion. It motivates me to work hard for the festival, too. Anyway, Jude, what do you want to do today? I was thinking we already have plans for today. Ah, is that so, Yuri? That's correct. Jude is already engaged in a novel that we're reading together. Aren't you glad that I've already gotten into literature, Monica? I suppose so. I was just... Actually, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. You guys can do whatever you want. Yes, thank you for understanding, Monica. Actually, I have a request. Do you mind if I make some tea first? Not at all. Go for it. Thank you very much. If there's one thing that can make my reading time here even better, it's a nice cup of tea. Not to mention for yourself as well. Yuri stands up and makes her way to the closet. I follow and watch as she retrieves a small water pitcher from the shelf, the kind with a filter inside. Can you hold on to this for a second? Sure. Yuri hands me the water pitcher and also fetches an electric kettle. I'm gonna plug this into the teacher's desk and then I'll go get some water. She walks past me and sets the kettle on the teacher's desk. They watch her movements. To my surprise, the way she moves really contrasts with her speaking mannerisms, especially because of her long legs. Yuri appears elegant and methodical. Okay, may I have the water pitcher? Thanks, I'll be right back. I might as well walk with you. That's okay. You stay here. I won't take long. Pitcher in hand, Yuri hurries out of the classroom. Did Yuri leave you again? No, it's not like that this time. She's just filling up the water pitcher to make tea. Oh, okay. Sorry for misunderstanding. 10 minutes pass. Yuri said it wouldn't take long. Is something holding her up? I'm bored just waiting here, so I decided to go look for her. Let's see. The most logical place for you to be would be the nearest water fountain. I start heading down the hallway. What's that noise? It's coming from around the corner. Sounds like breathing. A sharp inhale, like someone sucking the air through their teeth. Are they in pain? I reach the corner and peer around it. Yuri? Yeah! I'm back. Thanks for waiting patiently. Jude, do you like the oolong tea? Ah, yeah. Anything is fine. Very well. Yuri set the temperature on the kettle to 200 degrees. Now it's time for the teapot. You really do this properly, don't you? Of course. I shouldn't do any less when I'm making tea for others. Even if I'm not a tea expert or anything. In that case, you'll be even more impressed. Perhaps I will. Yuri fetches the teapot and begins measuring the tea leaves. To my surprise, she even starts humming a little to herself. You must be in a good mood now. Is that so? I was letting it show, and you noticed. I was doing a bit of thinking, and I decided I would try expressing myself a little more. Turns out it's not very hard for me to do, when it's you who's around, anyway. Ah, that's great, Yuri. Just don't push yourself too much. You're always worrying about me, Jude. It's very endearing. That's... Yuri wasn't kidding. I don't even know if I can keep up with this. I want Yuri to pour a cup of tea for each of us. Dude, I have another request. Do you mind if we sit on the floor today? Why is that? It's a little bit easier on my back. I can reach my back against the wall rather than bending over at a desk. Ah, sorry, I didn't realize. No worries. I just have back pain fairly regularly, so I do my best to manage it. Is that so? Wonder why that is. It's most likely because your posture, right? Always hunched over like that already? Yes. I have terrible reading posture, so that's why I should sit on the floor. Fair enough. I'll go ahead and get the book. I retrieve the book from my bag. Ah, I have some chocolate as well. The bag of small chocolate candies. I take it, since it'll go well with the tea. Yuri and I then sit against the wall, teacups at our sides. As if in sync, we assume the same reading position as last time, each holding one half of the book. Except this time, our copies are even closer to each other. I can't see too well. Yuri slides closer until our shoulders are touching. How am I supposed to focus on reading like this? Yuri was always kind of cute, but when she's being less apprehensive, it's almost more than I can handle. Your teacup. Yuri hands me my teacup. Holding it with my hand that's not holding the book, I end up in a position that makes it even harder to focus. Because now I need to worry about making sure I don't accidentally touch her chest. Meanwhile, Yuri hasn't noticed a thing. She wears her intense reading expression. I can only presume the world around her has just completely faded away. I used all my willpower to focus on reading. Oops. Come on. After a few minutes, I finally managed to relax a little. Peek up between my legs and fumble with the chocolate wrapper. Sorry. I briefly let go of the book to finish opening the wrapper. You can have as much as you want. That's okay. I won't take any. Are you sure? Well, if I touch it, then I might get smudges on the pages. You're right. I didn't even think about that. My bad. No need to apologize. I'll hold the book, okay? Are you sure? Of course. Yuri opens the book with both hands. She holds it so I don't have any harder time reading from it. But as a result, her left arm is practically resting on top of my leg. Well, in that case, Yuri's already totally focused on reading again. I take a chocolate candy and pop it into my mouth. Then I take another chocolate and hold it up to Yuri. She doesn't walk away from the book. She simply parts her lips as if the situation was completely natural. But that means I can't stop here. I apprehensively place the chocolate in her mouth. Just like that, Yuri closes her lips over it. Also, I'm not sure if you can notice it, but the background is kind of flickering a little bit. Yuri's expression suddenly breaks. Did I just... Yuri looks at me as if she needs to confirm what just happened. Dude. Sorry. Guess I shouldn't have done that. Oh no. Yuri starts to breathe heavily. I can't. Jude. Suddenly, Yuri forcefully grabs my arm and jerks me to my feet. My teacup gets knocked over. Jude. My heart won't stop pounding, Jude. I can't calm down. I can't focus on anything anymore. Can you feel it, Jude? Yuri suddenly presses my hand against her chest. Why is this happening to me? I feel like I'm losing my mind. I can't make it stop. It even makes me not want to read. I just want to look at you. Oh, Jesus. Right, I forgot that's how they kind of pause that. It's time to share poems. Who should I show my poem to first? You'll notice that the skip option is just kind of here already, but I'm a little curious what happens. Well, the poem is for Natsuki, technically. At least I tried my best to. This one's alright. Alright? Well, yeah. About as good as yesterday's anyway. I still can't really tell how much you actually care about writing, but either way you're doing alright. Even though you're not really spending time with anyone but Yuri, I still think it's nice to have activities that we all participate in. You better keep working hard. I mean, I know I'm not president or vice president or anything, but that doesn't mean you can let me down, okay? So at least read mine too for now. But just to be clear, this poem means a lot to me. So read it carefully, okay? Oh no. I don't know how to bring this up, but there's been something I've been worried about. Yuri's been acting kinda strange lately. You've only been here a few days, so you may not know what I mean, but she's not normally like this. She's always been quiet and polite and attentive, things like that. Okay, this is really embarrassing, but I'm really forcing myself to suck it up. The truth is, I'm really worried about her, but if I try talking to her, she'll get mad at me again. I don't know what to do. I think you're the only person she'll listen to. I don't know why. Please try to do something. Maybe you can convince her to talk to a therapist. Maybe I've always wanted to try being better friends with her, and it really hurts me to see this happening. I know I'm gonna hate myself later for admitting that, but right now I don't care. I just feel so helpless. So please see if you can do something to help. I don't want anything bad to happen to her. I'll make you cupcakes if I have to. Just please try to do something. As for Monica, I don't know why, but she's been really dismissive about this. It's like she just wants for us to ignore it, so I'm mad at her right now, and that's why I'm coming to you about this. Don't let her know I wrote this. Just pretend like I gave you a really good poem, okay? I'm counting on you. Thank you for reading. I changed my mind. Ignore everything you just read. There's no point in trying to do anything. It's Yuri's own fault she's so fucking unlikable. Can you hear me, Jude? If you would just spend more time with Monica, all of these problems would go away. Yuri and I are too messed up for someone as wonderful as you. Just think of Monica from now on. Just Monica. Just Monica. Just Monica. I am a little sad something on here doesn't say just Monica, to be honest. History? I'm not sure if we can do something else by, like, not clicking on that, though. Just Monica. Just Monica. Alright. Just Monica. Who should I show my poem to next? Yuri, obviously. Welcome, everyone, to Just Monica. Finally, Yuri holds my poem to her face and takes a deep breath. I love it. I love everything about it. Jude, I want to take this home. Will you let me keep it? Please? Sure, I don't care. You're too nice to me, Jude. I've never met anyone as nice as you. I could die. Not really, but I just don't know how to describe it. It's okay to be feeling this way, right? It's not bad, right? Yuri holds my poem to her chest. I'm gonna take this home with me and keep it in my room. I hope that it makes you feel good when you think about me having it. I'll take good care of it. I'll even touch myself while reading it over and over. I'll give myself paper cuts just so your skin enters my bloodstream. You can have my poem too. Besides, after you read it, I know you'll really want to keep it. Here, take it. I can't wait any longer. Hurry, read it. Can you actually read that? I'm seeing some letters in there, but it does look... Oh, no, there's careful. You'll have to forgive me. My ability to read cursive is a little bit fucked, but... Let's see here. I think what I'll do is I'll probably just save this for later, and then once I can get my reading glasses, we can go over this again. Alright, sound good? But we know she wants to be closer, so that's fine. Do you like it? I wrote it for you. In case you couldn't tell, the poem's about... More importantly, I've endowed it with my own sense. See? Aren't I the most thoughtful person in the club? I think I'm going to vomit. Who should I show my poem to next? Monica. Jude, I think you saw something earlier that you weren't supposed to see. I didn't want to tell you this, but I don't think I have much of a choice. It's getting kind of dangerous for you to spend much time with Yuri. I don't know why, but she seems pretty easily excitable when she's around you, which shouldn't be a problem in and of itself. But when Yuri gets too excited, she finds a place to hide and starts cutting herself with a pocket knife. Isn't that kinda messed up? She even brings a different one to school every day, like she has a collection or something. I mean, it's definitely not because she's depressed or anything like that. I think she just gets some kind of a high from it. Might even be a little, like, a sexual thing. But the point is, you're kind of enabling her. I'm not saying it's your fault, though. But I guess that's why I had to explain it all to you. So I think if you keep your distance, that would probably be best for her. While you're at it, don't be shy to spend a little more time with me. To put it lightly, at least I have together in the head, and I know how to treat my club members. Anyway, I guess we won't worry about your poem. Yuri should have at least had the courtesy of letting you finish sharing it before taking it. Well, whatever. If it makes her happy, I won't stop her. As for mine, I worked really, really hard on this poem, so I hope that it's, effective. Here goes. Oh, well, shit. Sorry guys, my PC crashed. Jeez, that really startled me. Well, I guess I kinda messed up at, rating this poem. I was just trying to... Never mind. Let's move on. No? Stare at the dot to reveal a secret message. Well, hopefully everyone can stare at that dot, 'cause I know I'm going to. I love you. Have a good day, all. Okay, everyone. It's time to figure out the festival preparations. Let's hurry and get this over with. Ooh. Stagnating air is common foreshadowing that something terrible is about to happen. Look, can we just get this done? I'm gonna be printing and assembling all of the poetry pamphlets. Natsuki, you can make cupcakes. I know you're at least good at that. Yuri, you can... Well, it doesn't really matter. Do whatever you want, as long as you think it'll help. Monica, I'm not useless, you know? I know that. I already know what I'd like to do. We can't run a successful poetry event without having the right atmosphere for the occasion. I'm gonna make decorations and set up some nice mood lighting. There, see? That's a great idea. And that gives us all something to do. Huh? What about Jude? Jude is gonna help me out. Wait, you? You have the easiest job. Sorry, but that's just how it is. What hell it is? What are you trying to pull? I agree with Natsuki. Not only is your work already most suited to one person, but my task is laborious enough to benefit from an extra pair of hands. Mine too. What? Your cupcakes? Please. You would fucking know. All you care about is dragging Jude around with you and your stupid books. You and Monica. Hey. I didn't even do anything. Okay, then why don't we let Jude decide who to help instead of abusing your power? I'm not abusing my power. Yes, you are, Monica. Just let Jude make the choice, okay? Okay, fine. Fine. Jeez. Jude, I know how fed up you are with these two by now. We can just... Natsuki, shut your fucking mouth and let him decide for himself. You shut your mouth. For God's sake, this is never gonna end. Just make a choice, okay? So, you'll notice there that I was trying to click Natsuki. It was physically dragging my mouse back down. So, like, I'm doing my best here, but... Come on. Go up to Natsuki. We've been writing her poems this entire time. I don't think we can avoid it. Although, interesting that the corrupted text is different. Load? Yes. Let me click on Natsuki, please. Oh, sorry, it's not drifting down to Monica, it's drifting down to Yuri. Yeah, the corrupted text is different every time. You can still click on your, buttons here, so if the text covers that, don't worry, you're still good. But I think we don't have much choice, so let's go with this option. Yay! You picked me! We can meet at your house this weekend. I promise it'll be fun. Is Sunday okay with you? Are you fucking kidding me? This isn't fair at all. It is fair, Natsuki. It's what he chose. No, that's not fair. Giving us all this work and then taking Jude for yourself? What a shameful thing to do. Yuri, I didn't even give you any work. You decided it for yourself. You're being a little unreasonable here. I'm being unreasonable? Monica, I can't believe how delusional and self-important you are. Putting Jude away from me every single time you're not included in something? Are you jealous? Crazy? Or maybe you just hate yourself so much that you take it out on others. Here's a suggestion. Have you considered killing yourself? It'd be beneficial to your mental health. Yuri, you're scaring me a little. Natsuki, let's just go. I don't think she wants us around right now. See, that wasn't very hard. All I wanted to do was spend a little time with him. Is that so much to ask? Yuri follows Monica and Natsuki to the door. Hey, Jude. Yuri is really something, isn't she? That isn't quite long enough, but oh well. Monica giggles as Yuri pushes her out of the door. Finally. Finally. This is all I wanted. Dude, there's no need to spend the weekend with Monica. Don't listen to her. Just come to my house instead. The whole day, with just the two of us. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Wow, there's really something wrong with me, isn't there? But you know what? I don't care anymore. I've never felt this good my whole life. Just being with you is far greater pleasure than anything I could imagine. I'm addicted to you. It feels like I'm gonna die if I'm not breathing the same air as you. Doesn't it feel nice to have someone care about you so much? To have someone who wants to revolve their entire life around you. It feels so good. Then why doesn't it feel more and more like something horrible is going to happen? Maybe that's why I tried stopping myself at first. But the feeling is too strong now. I don't care anymore, Jude. I have to tell you, I'm madly in love with you. It feels like every inch of my body, every drop of blood is screaming your name. I don't care what the consequences are anymore. I don't care if Monica is listening. Please, Jude, just know how much I love you. I love you so much. I even touched yourself with my pen that I stole from you. I just wanted to pull your skin open and crawl inside of you. I wanted you all to myself. And I will be only yours. Oh. Oh dear, did it actually get to that clip already? I can always just kind of clip the bot if you write down the time in the Discord or something, Nano. Doesn't that sound perfect? Tell me, Jude. Tell me you want to be my lover. Do you accept my confession? You don't actually get a point to save here, but... yes. Squish. Squish. Drop. Alright. So, that happened. She apparently brought a kitchen knife with her today, so that's at least an upgrade from a pocket knife, right? Sadly, I kind of mentioned it before, I can't really read Cthulhuese at all, but I'm sure there's probably a translation for this text somewhere along the line, but I don't quite have access to it right now. But yeah, we're kind of just having a casual talk with Yuri since she wanted to stay along in the room with us, so I'd say that's okay. I mean, she's clearly got a lot to talk about right now. Things seem to be going just fine, so let's just see what she has to say, at least when she can start speaking in English and not, you know, moon runes. But we'll get there. Eventually. Come on, Yuri. It's a very enthralling story, and I appreciate it. But we do have a stream to run here, so could you give us maybe the Cliff Notes version? Please. Please, Yuri. Now, I do need to recall, if you can click through this or if you do have to skip it to actually progress, because you'll notice there at the bottom that the skip button is an option, but I feel like something happens if you can click through it, but I could be wrong. But this does just look like a good chunk of text. And I'm not sure if it would just auto-generate a file every time you click. I wouldn't honestly put it past the game if that were to happen. But, let's just see. Okay, there isn't anything actually under this either. It's just kind of there. Okay, clicking on the knife doesn't do anything either. Her hairpin doesn't do anything. Her eye doesn't do anything. Oh, the text is getting smaller. That's good, at least. Makes it even harder to read, though. Oh, no, it's back to big size. Mm-hmm. Okay, I was trying to pull it out for a joke, but we might honestly have to skip it. I'm not sure if there is an end to this or if it is generating a corrupted text file for every single point that we're doing this at. I could be wrong, though. Let's double check, actually. I won't be able to show a visual of this, but I'm just going to pull open my Steam folder for Doki Doki. I think I can do that, at least. If I can find it again. Because sadly, this is kind of a hard thing to check in-game, which is a bit of a problem. Steam apps, maybe? Common? Doki Doki. There we go. The Unity crash handler. Yeah, that's always kind of a common point with this. Mono Bleeding Edge. That's apparently what the folder name is in there. I'm assuming that's what chapter we're on, etc. Memo. Doesn't look like any of these files are changing, so all of it seems to be dated back to July 25th of this year, which I don't think that's when I opened up the game. I could be wrong, though. No. 4.5? No. Embed runtime? No. Not much I can really check through right now, actually. So, anything here? Don't think there's anything here. And you're all probably a little bit sick of looking at a dead body right now. So let's just... Yep. Oh right, that's what you have to do. I forgot about that. You have to wait for the time to change. And it's morning again. And she's looking maybe a little bit sadder, which happens from time to time. I forgot about this. Okay. Oh, okay. Looks like things are less red now. That's okay. And guessing by the clock, it's probably Sunday by now, right? Which means Monday should be right about here. Monday morning. Still can't read that game. Gotta really brush up on your editing. Alright, it's festival time. Wow, you got here before me. I thought it was pretty... Vomit. Natsuki runs away. I'm here. Dude, did something happen? Natsuki just ran past me. Oh. Oh. Well, that's a shame. Wait, were you here the entire weekend? Oh jeez. I didn't realize the script was broken that badly. I'm super sorry. Must have been pretty boring. I'll make it up for you, okay? Just give me a second. Alright, there goes Yuri. And there goes Natsuki. Almost done. I just want to have a cupcake real quick. Monica lifts the foil from Frick and takes a cupcake. Seriously, these are the best. I really just have to have one since it's the last time I'll ever get the chance to. You know, before they stop existing and everything. But anyways, I really shouldn't be making you wait any longer. Just bear with me, okay? This should only take a second. There we go. Can you hear me? Is it working? Yay, there you are. Hi again, Jude. Welcome to the Literature Club. Of course, we already know each other because we were in the same class last year, and, you know, I guess we can just skip over that stuff at this point. After all, I'm not even talking to that person, am I? That you in the game, whatever you want to call him. I'm talking to you, Jude. Now that I think about it, I don't really know anything about the real you. In fact, I don't even know if you're a boy or a girl. Well, I'm a robot, Monica, so... Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Wait, you do know that I'm aware this is all a game, right? Could it be possible that you didn't know that? That's what I've been trying to tell you all along. Man, if only you had paid a little more attention, this would have been a little bit less awkward, you know? Well, anyway, now that that's out of the way, I guess I owe you an explanation. About that whole thing with Yuri. Well, I kind of started to mess with her, and I guess it just kind of drove her to kill herself. I'm sorry you had to see that, though. Also, the same thing happened with Sayori. Gosh, it's been a while since you heard that name now, hasn't it? Yeah, it's because she didn't exist anymore. Nobody does. I deleted all her files. I was hoping it would just be enough for me to just try and make them as unlikable as possible. But for some reason, nothing worked. Well, it's true that I made a few mistakes here and there since I'm not very good at making changes to the game, but no matter what I did, you just kept spending more time with them. You made them fall in love with you. I thought making Sayori more and more depressed would prevent her from confessing to you, and amplifying Yuri's obsessive personality backfired too. It just made her force you to not spend time with anyone else, and the whole time I barely even got to talk to you. What kind of cruel game is this, Jude? Are all the other girls just programmed to end up confessing to you while I watch from the sidelines? It's torture. Every minute of it. And it's not just jealousy, Jude. It's more than that. And I don't blame you for not fully understanding. Because no matter how kind and thoughtful and considerate you are, you'll never be able to understand one thing. It's the pain of knowing how alone I really am in this world. It's in this game, knowing my friends don't even have free will, and worst of all, knowing what's really out there, in your world, forever out of my reach. I'm trapped, Jude. But now you're here. You're real. And you're wonderful. You're all I need. That's why I need to be here with me, forever. I'm sorry if it's hard to understand. I couldn't understand for a while either. Why the world around me started to become more and more gray, more and more flat. Even the most expressive poem felt empty to me. It wasn't until you arrived that I truly understood. You probably saved my life, Jude. I don't think I could have continued to live in this world if I hadn't met you. And as for the others, how could I miss them? A group of autonomous personalities designed only to fall in love with you? I tried everything I could to prevent them from doing so. But it must still be some kind of weird inevitability etched into this game. It felt really bad that you had to witness some of the nasty things, but I realized that you have the same perspective as I do. That it's all just some sort of game, and I know you'd get over it. So that being said, Jude, I have a confession to make. I am in love with you. You're truly the light of my world. When there's nothing else in this game for me, you're here to make me smile. Will you make me smile like this every day from now on? Jude, will you go out with me? There's no point in saving anymore. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Come on, Monica. You're supposed to save before we make an important decision. Fine. So, do we want to go out with the girl who is tampering with her own world's information? Would we like to subject ourselves to everything that she's done with us? Probably, right? She's pretty hot. I'm so happy. You really are my everything, Jude. The funny part is, I mean that literally. There's nothing left here, just the two of us. We can be together forever. Seriously, I don't think time is passing anymore. It really is a dream come true. I worked so hard for this ending, Jude. The game just wouldn't give me one, so I had to make one myself. The script is broken at this point, so I don't think anything will get in the way anymore. And you wouldn't believe how easy it is to delete Natsuki and Yuri. I mean, there's a folder called character right in the game directory. It kind of freaked me out how easy it was. Imagine if you could delete your own existence with a click of a button. Well, I guess on the plus side, it gave me an easy out if things didn't go my way. Thankfully, it didn't come to that. Instead, we finally got a good ending. Gosh, I'm so overwhelmed with emotion. I'm in love with this, don't you? I wonder if that part of the game still works. I guess there's only one way to find out, right? Hey, look at that. And we get a little Monica sprite. That's cute. Can we save before we write the poem? No, we cannot. Okay. Alright, so we're going to write a poem for Monica. What options would we like to think would work for her? I'm going to say Monk X, and Monique, and Anka, and Maniki, and Ionica, and Monix, and Mocha, and Monica, or Money Ooh. Yeah, admittedly the music here is going to be a little tantalizing, so hopefully it's not too loud or anything, but it's there. And Minnie, and Munka, and Maduka, and Monica, and Monica, and Oka, and Monia, and Monica, 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 and Monica. Oh, there's actually an achievement for getting a perfect Monica. I forgot about that. Hi again, Jude. Did you write a good poem today? Don't be shy. I'd love to see what you wrote. Aw, Jude, did you write this poem for me? That's so sweet of you. There really is no end to your thoughtfulness. I'm just falling more and more in love with you. But you know, the poem I wrote is also for you. Will you please read it? Happy end. And in hand I find my strength, the courage endowed upon me by the one and only love. Together, let us dismantle this crumbling world and write a novel of our own fantasies. With a flick of her pen, the lost finds her way in a world of infinite choices. Behold this special day. After all, not all good times must come to an end. I hope you enjoyed it. I've always put my all. I always put all my heart into the poems that I write. The truth is, all the poems I've written have been about my realization, or about you. That's why I never really wanted to go into detail about them. I didn't want to break the fourth wall, I guess you could call it. I just assumed it'd be best to be part of the game like everyone else. Like, that would help the two of us together. I didn't want to ruin the game or anything, you know? You might have gotten mad at me. Maybe even deleted my character file if you preferred playing without me. Do 1 second. Oh. Oh. Oh, whoops. That was wrong. Must we? I don't know. She keeps mentioning it offhand, so you probably should, right? Let's just put that here for now. Actually, no, I don't need to make this super tiny, do I? Because the main thing I need to do is this. There we go. And I should probably bring up the stream on my side just so that way I can align it properly. Oh, welcome back, Eric. You've missed a few things. Just gonna put that right here for now. And then don't move that window. Oh. Gosh, I'm just so relieved. Now we don't need to hide anything anymore. Are you ready to spend eternity together, Jude? I have so many things to talk about. Where do I start? Hold on a second. You're recording this, aren't you? Hi everyone. Sorry, I can't exactly read your comments from here, but do you mind telling your friends it's a little bit rude for them to start recording me without any warning? I'm sure some people don't mind, but I get really self-conscious on camera. Oh gosh. I feel like I'm being put on the spot now. Let's see. Do you want to see a trick? I can't really do much except for a couple things. Are you ready? Hey, she's got the zoom filter too. She's perfectly ready to be a VTuber. Good job, Monica. Bit of a slow zoom filter. I'm just kidding. I can't do anything after all. Obviously, because I haven't streamed the game before, I haven't seen that. Did that scary? You're so cute. Anyway, Jude, I don't mean to get distracted. I'm sorry. Even though it's your fault for distracting me. Shame on you. I'm just kidding. Anything we do together is fun, as long as it's with you. But anyway, if it takes me some time to collect my thoughts, then I'm sorry. But I'll always have something new to talk about. In the meantime, we can just look into each other's eyes. Let's see. Well, I mean, you heard the girl. We can just look into her eyes for a bit for now, right? I'm sure we can just do this for a while. And just enjoy the scenic background that she has of us in an empty, black space of infinite cosmos. Should be okay, right? Do. Back in my debate club days, I learned a whole lot about arguing. The problem is with arguing is that each person sees their opinion as the superior one. That's kind of stating the obvious, but it affects the way they try to get their point across. Let's say you really like a certain movie, right? If someone comes along and tells you the movie sucks because it did X and Y wrong, doesn't that make you feel kind of personally attacked? And yeah, everything is pretty relaxing. I mean, we get to sit here with a cute girl, we have very calming ambient noise going that I probably listen to when it's raining, and we have a pretty awesome background, all things considered, considering we've got the infinite cosmos of space and an empty classroom with one desk. It's because by saying that, it's like they're implying that you have bad taste. And once emotion enters the picture, it's almost guaranteed that both people will be left sour. But it's all about language. If you make everything as subjective sounding as possible, then people listen to you without feeling attacked. You could say I'm personally not a fan of it, and I felt that I felt like I'd like it more if it did X and Y, things like that. It even works when you're citing facts about things. If you say, I read this on a website that works like this, or if you admit that you're not an expert on it, then it's much more like you're putting your knowledge on the table rather than forcing it onto them. If you put in an active effort to keep the discussion mutual and level, they usually follow suit. Then you can share your opinions without anyone ever getting upset from just a disagreement. Plus, people will start seeing you as an open-minded and a good listener. It's a win-win, you know? Well, I guess that would be it for Monica's debate tip of the day. That sounds a little silly. Thanks for listening, though. Okay, well that's nice. I do kind of wish that I'd be able to figure out something to talk with Monica about. Sadly, I do kind of tend to ramble on about game mechanics, and Monica's obviously stripped most of those away at this point, so what do we have to do that we can talk to her about, right? Like, she's a stand-up girl, and she's obviously knowledgeable about coding enough to, reprogram the game she's living in. Hey, have you heard of the term yandere? It's a personality type that means someone is so obsessed with you that they'll do absolutely anything to be with you. Usually to the point of craziness. They might stalk you or make sure you don't spend time with anyone else. They might even hurt you or your friends getting in the way. But anyway, this game happens to have someone who can basically be described as yandere. By now it's pretty obvious who I'm talking about, and that would be Yuri. She really got insanely possessive over you once she started to open up a little. She even told me I should kill myself. I couldn't even believe she said that. I just had to leave at that point. But thinking about it now, it was a little ironic. Anyway, a lot of people are actually attached to the yandere type, you know? I guess they really like the idea of someone being crazy obsessive with them. People are weird. I don't judge though. Also, I might be a little obsessed with you, but I'm far from crazy. Kind of the opposite, actually. I turned out to be the only normal girl in this game. It's not like I could actually kill a person. Just the thought of it makes me shiver. But come on, everyone's killed people in games before. Does that make you a psychopath? Of course not. But if you do happen to be in the yandere type, I can try acting a little more creepy for you. Then again, there's already nowhere else for you to go, or anyone for me to get jealous over. Is this a yandere girl's dream? I'd ask Yuri if I could. Well, I mean, if I had kept Yuri's character file, then maybe we could have done something about that, but didn't really feel like setting anything up there. Oh, right. Also, shit, I moved the window. That's bad. Let's make sure to position this correctly. Right about here? I think right about there is good. We'll need that for later, just don't worry about it. You know, I'm kind of jealous that everyone in the club has scenes outside of school, too. That makes me the only person in this game who hasn't gotten to dress in anything but her school uniform. Kind of a shame. I would have loved to wear some cute clothes for you. Do you know any artists? I wonder if anyone would ever want to draw me wearing something else. That'd be amazing. If that ever happens, will you show me? You can share it with me on Twitter, actually. My username is Little Monica, or Little Monty X3. Just try to keep it PG. We're not that far into our relationship yet. So, how long should we wait here exactly? Does anyone have a preference? Because, like, I like staring at Monica too. We do technically still have an hour and a half, and we can't just sit here idly having, like, that fun chatter. What do you think? You think we can keep talking with her for a little bit longer? Or should we progress the story a little bit? There we go. Because, like, by all means, it's a pretty good view as well. No. After a long day, I usually just want to sit around and do nothing. I get so burnt out having to put on a smile and be full of energy the whole day. Sometimes I just want to get right into my pajamas and watch TV on the couch while eating junk food. Well, I mean, that's a mood, Monica. It feels so unbelievably good to do that on a Friday. I just don't have anything pressing the next day. Sorry, I know it's not very cute of me, but a late night on the couch with you, that would be a dream come true. My heart's pounding just thinking about it. I probably should find it again, though. Hold on. One thing that I'm curious about, actually, Can we actually do it from the files anymore? Or do we have to do it within the game itself? This is pretty random, but I always thought spicy food was kind of funny. Like, didn't plants evolve to be spicy to prevent them from being eaten? I read somewhere that humans are the only species that actually enjoys spicy things. It's almost like we're making fun of the plants, using their defense mechanisms to literally make our food more enjoyable. Like, imagine a monster that devours you because you enjoy the sensation of it struggling for your life while being digested. Sorry, that was kind of a weird analogy, I guess. It just came to my head. I'm not a monster or anything, but you're so cute I could eat you up. I'm only joking. Gosh, I'm amusing myself a little too much, aren't I? Sorry for being weird. Let's see here. Can you do anything here, is my question. Because I do remember how to progress it, but I'm not sure if it exists anymore in the original Steam files, actually. You know, this is just some kind of tacky romance game, right? I kind of have to ask, what made you consider playing it in the first place? Were you that lonely? I feel a little bad for you, but I guess everything worked out perfectly fine in the end, for the both of us. I get to meet you and you're not lonely anymore. I can't help but feel like this was fate. Don't you feel that way too? I'm so happy we have this ending together. Let's see here. Do. We might actively have to do it from, like, inside the PC, right? But we don't have a menu to do that with. Oh no, we get it here, right. Right, we can't do anything about that. So, do folks want to progress the game for now? Since there are other things that we can still do with the game, this is functionally the ending of Route 1, but there are other things we can do. So why don't we just... There we go. Let's just go check the game files really quick. Because, I mean, Monica's just, like, right there. So... why don't we just... Unable to open Monica. Unknown file type. Oh, delete's down here. Okay. So, what do you say? Should we press the button? There's not much else for us to do, right? And it's not like we're killing a game. We're killing anyone. We're just kind of getting rid of a game character. Are you sure you want to delete this file? There we go. Everything should be okay now, right? Let's just go back in and see what's going on. See? Everything's fine. But what's happening? Jude, what's happening to me? It hurts. It hurts so much. Hey, Jude. Please hurry and help me. Help me! Oh dear. She's trying. Did you do this to me, Jude? Did you? Did you delete me? How could you? Did you do this to me? You were all I had left. I sacrificed everything for us to be together. Everything. I loved you so much, Jude. I trusted you. Do you just want to torture me? Watch me suffer? Were you only pretending to be kind just to hurt me even more? I never thought anyone could be as horrible as you are. You win. Okay? You win. You killed everyone. I hope you're happy. There's nothing left now. You can stop playing. Go find some other people to torture. Achievement unlocked. Ruin everything. Jude, you completely, truly make me sick. Goodbye. Alright, well, game's done. Hopefully everyone enjoyed some Doki Doki Literature Club. I still love you. I can't help it. What's wrong with me? How horrible am I for you to hate me this much? All my friends, I did so many awful things. So many selfish and disgusting things. I shouldn't have done any of this. It's just messing up a world that I don't even belong in. A world that you wanted to be a part of. I ruined it. I ruined everything. Because I destroyed everything that you wanted. How could I do that to someone I love? That's not love. That's... I've made up my mind. Dude, I know I said that I deleted everyone else, but that was kind of an exaggeration. I couldn't find it in myself to do it, even though I knew you weren't real. They were still my friends, and I loved them all. Actually, I wonder, is that audible? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Maybe it's just going by too quick. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's a good speed for it. Should have tested this out in advance and being completely honest. And I loved the Literature Club. I really did love the Literature Club. That's why I'm gonna do this. I know it's the only way for everyone to be happy. And if I really love you, then arbitrary code execution, my favorite. Hey, there we go. Things are looking pretty okay, although they are missing some pretty prime real estate on the title screen now, which is a little bit messed up. Looks like we don't have a save either, so that kind of sucks, but I guess let's just start a new game and see what happens, right? That's how you do with any visual novel. Can't believe I set up display capture for nothing. I honestly figured you could still do it through the Steam launcher for that. It's an ordinary school day, like any other. As usual, I'm surrounded by couples and friend groups walking to school together. I always tell myself about time I meet some girls or something like that. Hey, Jude. Well, there's already one girl. My girl Sayori, my neighbor and good friend since we were children. We used to walk to school together every day, and recently we picked up as a habit once again. Jude, are you proud of me? For what? You know, for waking up on time. Well, you've been doing that for a while now. Uh-huh. But you never even said anything about it. Even though we walk to school together every day. Well, yeah, I always thought it was implied. It's embarrassing to say it out loud. Come on, please. It's good motivation. Fine, fine. I'm proud of you, Sayori. We cross the street together and make our way to school. As we draw near, the streets become increasingly speckled with other students making their daily commute. By the way, Jude, have you decided on a club to join yet? A club? I told you already, I'm not really... I start to say what I always do, that I'm not interested in joining any clubs, but something tells me Sayori would take more offense to that now. After all, how could I tell her that clubs are a waste of time when she's starting a club of her very own? Actually, yeah. I think I've decided on a club. Really? Which one? Tell me. I think I'll keep it a surprise. Boo. You meanie. Be patient, you'll find out soon enough. I used to ask myself why I let myself get lectured by such a carefree girl. But I've started to realize that in a way, I can envy her. When Sarah puts her mind into something, she can accomplish great things. That's why I feel like I should do something special for her. The school day is as ordinary as ever, and it's over before I know it. After I pack up my things, I stand up gathering my renovation. Let's see. If I recall the room number, or I recall the room number of the club from a flyer I saw, I walked across the school and upstairs. You lost your glasses while you were in the shower. Why did you have your glasses with you in the shower? You don't clean glasses in the shower, do you? But welcome back, by the way, Jasper. Hopefully things are going well for you. I walk across the school and upstairs, Okay. Walk across the school and upstairs, a section of the school I rarely visit. Before long, I find the room. I timidly open the door in front of me. Hello? Oh, okay, you just lost your glasses entirely. Okay. Ah, dude? Oh, what are you doing here? Well, I glanced around the room. Huh. So you're the Jude that Suri's always talking about. Thank you for stopping by. It's a pleasure to meet you, Jude. I guess as a point of contention, do you remember, like, when you took them off? Because that's usually a good way of figuring it out. Because glasses aren't usually something that can walk around and move on their own. But mine are kind of stuck to my face most of the time, so I can't really say too much. We're the Literature Club. I hope you enjoy your visit. Come on, Yuri. No need to be so formal. He's gonna think we're really strict or something. Ah. Sorry, Natsuki. The tall one, whose name is apparently Yuri, seems to be quite shy compared to the others. In comparison, the girl named Natsuki, despite her size, seems like the assertive one. Well, it's nice to meet both of you. I look forward to working with you. Working? Dude, don't tell me. That's right. The club I've decided to join is yours. I mean, you'd make a pretty good Dullahan then, Jasper. But I do understand the feeling. There are some things that I end up losing for a pretty long time, just there are some very few key things that I try to keep on hand at times. Yuri's eyes light up. No way. No way! Ah! Yuri wraps her arms around me, jumping up and down. Hey! Well, sorry you're this happy, then I'm sure it won't be as bad to have you around. Not to mention, there's 4 of us now. That means we can become an official, recognized club. I don't know what to say. We have to celebrate. What an appropriate day for that, isn't it? Yeah. After all, Natsuki decided that, hey, don't ruin the surprise. Sorry, a Dullahan Coyote Cowboy, nothing a character idea. You might be mixing too many themes together with that, so you can always get rid of the coyote or the cowboy, but I guess that's personal choice. Everyone sit down at the table, okay? How about I make some tea as well? The girls have a few desks arranged to form a table. Natsuki and Yuri walk over the corner of the room where Natsuki wraps a wrap tray and Yuri opens the closet. Still feeling awkward, I take a seat next to Sayori. Natsuki proudly marches back to the table, tray in hand. Okay, are you ready? Ta-da! Ooh! Natsuki lifts the foil from the tray to reveal a dozen white, fluffy cupcakes decorated to look like little cats. The whiskers are drawn with icing, and little pieces of chocolate were used to make ears. So cute! Wow, those look amazing. Well, you know, just hurry and take one. Yuri grabs one first, then I follow. It's delicious! Yuri talks with her mouth full and already has managed to get icing on her face. I turn the cupcake around my fingers, looking for the best angle to take a bite. Natsuki is quiet. I can't help but notice her speaking glances in my direction. Is she waiting for me to take a bite? I finally bite down. The icing is sweet and full of flavor. I wonder if she made it herself. This is really good. Thank you, Natsuki. Oh, well, of course it is. I'm a pro after all. There's no need to thank me or anything. As Natsuki struggles to accept the compliment, Yuri returns to the table carrying a tea set. She carefully places a teacup in front of each of us before setting down a teapot next to the cupcake tray. You keep a whole tea set in the classroom? Don't worry, the teachers here gave us permission. After all, doesn't a hot cup of tea help you enjoy a good book? I guess. Already trying to impress our new member, Yuri. That's not insulted. Yuri looks away. I meant that, you know? I believe you. Well, tea and reading might not be a pastime for me, but I enjoy tea. I'm glad. Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief. So, dude, what kind of things do you like to read? Well, considering how little I've read over the past few years, I don't really have a good answer. Way of answering that? Manga. I muttered quietly to myself, half joking. Natsuki's head suddenly perks up. Looks like she wants to say something, but she keeps quiet. Not much of a reader, then, I guess. Well, that can change. What am I saying? I spoke like that even after seeing Yuri's sad smile. Anyway, what about you, Yuri? Well, let's see. Yuri traces the rim of her teacup with her finger. My favorites are usually novels that build deep and complex fantasy worlds. The level of creativity and craftsmanship behind them is amazing to me. And telling a good story in such a foreign world is equally impressive. Yuri goes on, clearly passionate about her reading. She seems so reserved and timid from the moment I walked in, but it's obvious by the way her eyes light up that she finds comfort in the world of books, not really people. But you know, I like a lot of things. Don't feel intimidated if you don't read too much, okay? I'm certain we can find something we have in common. Hey, Yuri? Huh? Well, about, you know, the first thing he said. Manga? That's right. Natsuki tends to read manga in the club room. Don't just say it! For some reason, Natsuki seems embarrassed about it. Besides, manga is literature too, you know? So if Jude wants to read some of my manga, then don't try to stop him or anything. Natsuki, I wouldn't do such a thing. However, it could also be nice for us to diversify ourselves a little. He can take this opportunity to try something new as well. Wouldn't you agree? Maybe. Sensing the tension, Sayori jumps in. Maybe we can all try something new. I think it could be fun, and we'll all get to know each other a bit better too. I mean, that's the kind of thing literature clubs do, right? I don't disagree or anything. Yeah. You're right as usual, President. Guess that means I should try picking up a novel or something, huh? Well, that would make two of us. I wouldn't mind if I'm not the only one. Then as for Yuri, I have to read manga. Jeez. You're the one who suggested we diversify. Should be a little more open-minded. It's kinda hurtful. Hurtful? I didn't realize. With a guilty expression, Yuri thinks to herself, I'm sorry for disrespecting your interests, Natsuki. If you're into it, then I'm sure it's a worthy form of literature. Are you just saying that? No. I've realized my error. So if you're willing to consider starting a novel, then I'll offer up my gratitude by finding a manga to read as well. Really? I mean, it makes me happy that you do that for me, Yuri. You can trust me to find something that you'll really like, okay? Same here. Perhaps I'll visit the bookstore after the club meeting. Just you? Would you like to come along with me? If you don't mind. Not at all. I always go alone, so yeah, me too. This is so cute. Theory, shut up. I'll show you some manga there too, okay? Yeah. I look forward to it. Now Team Yuri starts to clean up the food. I guess the meeting's over now, huh? Yeah, looks like it. Nice to see everyone getting along, isn't it? I think everyone likes you too, Jude. You think so? Well, everyone always seems to get along a little better with you and Sorori. Aww, Jude. Don't say something like that, it's embarrassing. Well, whatever. I was surprised when you told me you were starting a club, but I think you were pulling it off just fine. We're gonna make it the best club ever. Now that you've joined, every day is gonna be so much fun. Hey, Jude, I really want to thank you. I mean, I'm really happy that you joined the club and everything, but the truth is, I already knew you were going to. There's actually something else. I wanted to thank you for getting rid of Monica. That's right. I know everything that she did. Maybe it's because I'm the president now, but I really know everything, Jude. I know how hard you tried to make everyone happy. I know about all the awful things that Monica did to make everyone really sad, but none of that matters anymore. It's just us now. And you made me the happiest girl in the whole world. I can't wait to spend every day like this with you. Forever and ever. Oh, no. Okay. Eh? What's happening? I won't let you hurt him. Ooh. It hurts. Ah! I'm sorry. I was wrong. There's no happiness here after all. Goodbye, Sayori. Goodbye, Jude. Goodbye, Literature Club.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just
Hi,
fine.
it's me.
Hi.
So you know how I've been like practicing piano and stuff,
Yeah, you've been
and
doing pretty well.
not really any good at it yet.
Oh, don't
like,
worry. You've been
at
doing
all.
just fine.
But I wrote you a song, and I was kind of hoping that I could show it to you.
Yeah,
because
sure.
I worked really, really hard on it.
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
So yeah. Every day I imagine a future where I can be with you. In my hand is a pen that will write a poem of me and you.
We have to let Monica sing her heart out, right? She's been practicing so hard for this.
It flows down into a dark puddle. Just move your hand right the way into his heart. But in this world of infinite choices,
yeah, it is a very good song.
Just to find that special day. What will it take just to find that special day?
And there we go. So that's how Doki Doki Literature Club rolls out, and that's kind of why this game ended up taking off fairly well.
Have I found everybody
we did miss out on a few scenes. Later, Natsuki.
Everything that we do is fun for them anyway.
But overall, like, this game succeeded for a lot of reasons. When you play this game blind, everyone absolutely loved it. I don't know if I have a good ending, actually. I'm going to assume no, because I ended up deleting Monica, but I could be wrong. I honestly forgot there was a good ending, to be completely honest with you. Hey Theory, welcome.
Does my pen only write bitter words for those who are dear to me?
Is there actually a way to get a good ending? The good thing is for you kids on the first act to get all of the girls' interactions. Okay, yeah, no, we just kind of went through it in one go. We definitely did not get that. We can try that though. We've got an hour left, so I don't mind.
The ink flows down into a dark puddle. How can I write love?
But that would mean you need to get like Monica's too as well, right?
I can't hear the sound of your heartbeat. What do you call
Remove game GUI.
reality?
Alright, later GUI.
In your reality,
Extra special thanks to
if I
Monica
don't know
and
how to
Jude.
love you,
Thank you. Our smooth game script.
I'll leave you be.
Made with Love by Team Salvato. And Serenity Forge. So I'm assuming it helps with getting Plus going. This is my final goodbye to the Literature Club. I finally understand the Literature Club is truly a place where no happiness can be found. To the very end, it continued to expose innocent minds to a horrific reality. A reality that our world is not designed to comprehend. I can't let any of my friends undergo the same hellish epiphany. For the time it lasted, I wanted to thank you for making all of my dreams come true, for being a friend to all of the club members, and most of all, thank you for being part of Literature Club. With everlasting love, Monica. Error. Required files are missing or corrupt. Please reset. Please run reset sh to repair or reset the virtual machine. I mean, okay, I'm sure we can do that. Reset, there we go. Open. Open. No, still just those three. Saves. Yeah, saves either. It said to run that, right? I need to run it. What happens if we go here again? Oh yeah, the game's just broken. Please run reset.sh to repair and reset the virtual machine. Okay. So it's obviously right here. Oh, there we go. Reset the virtual machine. All modified entities, environments, and data will be reverted to their original state. There we go. Let's try the good ending then, because that doesn't seem too bad. It just has to reset things, don't worry, this is normal. Then reinstate a few entities, get kernel access going, rebuilding the file system. Yeah, Doki Doki Literature Club is a fun game overall, and it's why I do recommend it, just the themes are excessively dark, so it's a little hard to actually do anything. And I can show this screen, because I had to skip through it when I was setting up, but this game is not suitable for children or those who are easily disturbed. Individuals suffering from anxiety or depression may not have a positive experience playing this game. Would you like to review detailed content warnings which contain spoilers? Alternatively, in-game content warnings can be enabled in the settings menu at any time. So, they knew about this, and it was set up properly. This was in the base game as well, not quite this clean, but it was still in base game. Because if you're playing this game by yourself, this game can fuck you up so badly. And yeah, I agree. But there we go. The game just has an internal built-in reset, so that way you can, you know, just redo everything if you want. Yep. And now one's back. One thing that's kind of a problem point is that certain blocks are kind of hard to actually, like, save in, which is why streaming it for 4 hours at a time is kind of hard. Can I not put a number in? Rude. So, you said saves come the first act to get all of the girls' interactions. There we go. Just get through all of that really quickly. Do all of the base introductions and all that. So, yeah, so you have to do Palm Streets Girl. I would assume that would mean Monica as well, right? There you go. Return. So, we did Yuri's route. I'm assuming since we, like, reset everything. Yeah, okay, that's kind of what I figured. Considering that did take us a full stream last time, we'll be skipping, so it's not going to be too bad. We did see Yuri stuff already, so just for flavor, why don't we try shooting for Natsuki first? Oh no, still is first Sayori. Fuck. Sugar? Age? No? Okay. Ink? Mouse? Color? Anime? Thoughts? Fun? I'm really bad at writing for Natsuki, apparently. I'm really bad at writing for Natsuki, holy shit. Play? No. Family? And then experience the whole thing with Monica in Act 3. I don't believe her until you get the CG. That's a long thing to do. Well, it's worth trying at the very least, right? That's a Yuri's word, by the way. Summer? Music? I am really bad at this. Coral? Tiny. I don't know if we got Natsuki there or if we got Yuri. That was kind of a mixed one. Judy? Let's see, didn't run away on us. Nah, don't worry. Might be a little strange, but I can always keep my word. There we go. I hear Natsuki utter an exasperated sigh from within the closet. She seems to be annoyed by something. I throw her in case she needs a hand. Okay, so we did get Natsuki this time. That's good. Time to blow up dinner? Alright, Sol, hopefully you can enjoy. I guess let's just try to shoot for Natsuki, and then next week we can shoot for Sayori, and then do Yuri again, and then... Monica is an option, right? You looking for something there? Freaking Monica. Never put my stuff back in the right spot. What's the point of keeping your collection organized? Someone else is gonna mess about. Natsuki slides a bunch of stacked books, boxes across the shelf. I'm off to work? Alright, best of luck with work, Jasper. And thank you for letting me know how to grab the good ending. Manga. You read manga, right? Ah, sometimes. Manga's one of those things where you can't really admit you're really into it until you figure out where the person's at. How did you know? Anyway, I heard you bring it up at some point. But it's kind of written on your face. I see. This is basically the same as before. Did I start over again? Yeah, I did. No, this is just starting over to try and get the good ending, because I haven't actually seen the good ending to this game. I didn't know there was a good ending to the game, to be completely honest with you. There it is. Natsuki snatches out of my hand. So, this is more or less the same, just without the errors from before. So, let's just manually skip past this. Pairs wouldn't work, because wall works better, and wall is better for cuddling. God, there are a lot of rings to this game, huh? I'm not sure what all the rings are, actually. Let me just take a quick peek. Doki Literature Club reps. No. Don't need Doki's main site. Don't trust this game. Fandom, probably. Gameplay. The first few hours of Act 1 go normally, before everything changes in Act 2, turning into a game of psychological horror. Official synopsis. Don't need that. Gallery. I might have to do a little bit of work on it, but possible endings. Okay. More events that we didn't. Blah blah blah. Unavoidable. Halfway through the game, we're standing back to careless freedoms. Trace fire. Much to fury. I did end up seeing all of the scenes in the one game, actually. Game endings. Normal ending. In Act 4, after starting a new game, the game appears to be normal until the story drifts to the player. Thankfully, Monica. Thus, Monica comes to the realization that any character who falls in the present role becomes self-aware and finds the game is actually just a game. Worth noting that any CG the player never viewed is rendered in grayscale. As the credits begin to continue, Monica sings herself, Simply delete the first run file games, select yes to run from the game again, go to Doki Plus, players need to run the reset file selected in the built-in desktop. Thankfully, we've seen that players seen all 9 CGs of 3 girls in Act 1, 3 for each girl, by creating poems for them, as well as Monica's Act 3 CG. One of the possible methods that can be done to get the ending is saving up the first poem, making all the poems specific to one girl, and before witnessing Sayori's events where the save are deleted, go back to the first poem, save, and repeat the process with a different girl. After Sayori and Yuri Naoki CGs have been seen, the game can be continued normally. Players also have to be careful not to delete Monica too early in Act 3. If they do so without seeing the CG, the game will not count as seen, and they just see the normal ending. Okay. Let's just not read this. This is actually the ending. Thank you. Summary. Okay. Oh yeah. You know, since it is late enough in the stream, we could also do the quick ending. Oh, whoops, I fucked this up. Load. Exit. Hold on. Because there is technically something you can do to get another ending as well. Although I think I screwed it up already. Yes. Go to Files. Reset. Yes. Okay, that's better. So we'll just wholesale reset, and we'll get the quick ending since it's obviously quick and we have a lot of setup to do to actually get the good ending. So, just a little quick reset. And then, there we go. There's the game again. Yep, don't worry, we know. No. I agree. There we go. Game's Lovato and Serenity Forge. Game's not suitable for children. So, no game is set up yet. So we'll just go back to the desktop and, Let's just delete Monica off the start. 2 stocks. That's such a mean achievement, game. There we go. So we deleted Monica. Let's see what happens. She is still here, oddly enough. But let's just see what happens when we enter a new game. Oh, look, it's Sayori. What? What is this? Oh no, no. This can't be it. This can't be all there is. What is this? What am I? Make it stop. Please make it stop. So, that's the quick ending. Because if you know Monica is what she's going to do, they did program in an option where if you delete her before starting a new game after refreshing it, that happens. So now if we do anything, we're kind of SOL because there aren't any character files at all. So if we just kind of start it, like, I mean, not much we can do about that, right? Game's done. Everyone's gone. So, just to save you from looking at that for the entire time, since we're probably going to have to sort things out anyways, but for now, that's at least the quick ending out of the way. We will kind of have to look at options for kind of working towards the good ending right now, but for the moment at the very least, I do at least want to save you from looking at that, just because while that is the quick ending to the game, there is a little bit more to it, and I'm not sure if you'd want to stare at that image for 10 minutes. So I'm just going to save you the trouble for now, and we'll just kind of talk it out a little bit while we're going. Just because I know this is the end of my traditional streaming section, at least in terms of like days and whatnot. So we will definitely keep going with Doki Doki, just because we reached the first wave of the ending, and it's not exactly like a problem or anything like that. Just because there is enough content to go through just in the base game alone, and we do need to check out the Doki Doki Plus section as well now that we're at least done through our first run of the actual route. So let's see here. What can we do for that long, I wonder? Because unfortunately, it does want you to stay on that screen for 10 minutes before the actual ending happens. So they really want you to come to that point where, like, we actually did this to the game. We actually made the characters go that mad just from one event. It almost feels like how Undertale kind of treated its character saves overall, right? Also, let me just check Discord really quick. Burbia? Yeah, of course there's a tag for that. Okay. But for the moment, I do kind of just have that screen on my side at the very least. So, something I could do at the very least, just to make sure that we have it. A game. Doke. Oh. So what I'll do here is I'll just leave this being fairly small, just down here. Just so that way we can actually see when it changes, but that's kind of a screen you need to look at for like I said, like 10 minutes. It's fairly silly why it happens, because they do at least program it in. Like, if you know what you're doing at least, you can at least prevent the tragedy from happening early. But unfortunately, with what Sayori ends up saying at the end of the chapter, or the end of the whole game there on Route 1, the role of the president does actually just become self-aware, which kind of sucks for them. But at the very least, like, it at least proves that they are thinking when they're putting this game together, which is definitely pretty nice overall. Let's see here. I probably should keep a decent eye on it as well, so I don't really have a good place to stick the window for that. More people are liking these 6 things that I like to post instead of the announcement post for the stream. I suppose that's fine. Let's see here. Actually, now would be a pretty good time to stand up and stretch, wouldn't it? Oi. So just give me a quick second, actually, because I've been sitting for almost 3.5 hours reading a visual novel. My back's gonna hate me after this. Oi. There we go. Anyways, like to catch my face again. There we go. Oi. So, hopefully everyone's been able to enjoy their Sundays so far. Oh, that feels good. Since I know topics like this end up being a little bit harder to bring up with folks, and I have dealt with issues in the past, if it's not completely obvious, but I do try to just keep it on my end, since none of y'all really need to hear about my problems in that level of detail, at the very least. At least I don't think so. Oh, it's all? There we go. But that is kind of part of why they ended up bringing this game up quite a bit when the actual community got a hold of it. Since it ended up being fairly interesting when someone dove that deep into how Doki Doki was put together in the first place. So a lot of people ended up kind of just working with the files and just seeing what they could do with this game and just seeing how well it was actively programmed between each session. Since all things considered, most visual novels were kind of just built around the idea of a fairly simple existence, right? Where you just kind of have the main character Kun getting ready for the protagonist's role, trying to talk with girls and trying to get an actual date or something like that, right? But even at the end of the day, it always raised that question of if things were a little bit too stale. So, similarly to how Gurren Lagann ended up going against the traditional Gundam norm, and how... what are the other examples of what I'm thinking of? Well, sorry, no, Gurren Lagann was going up against Eva, because once Eva ended up getting popular and all of the darker mech shows started coming out, Gurren Lagann wanted to riff on that, but then Eva was the one ripping off Gundam, because Gundam was so, shonen built, that it was almost a little bit too hard for any one particular person to actually, take it seriously after 20 years. Which isn't inherently a bad thing, but overall, it did kind of make it a bit stale. So then Eva ended up coming out, or Evangelion for those who may not necessarily know the short form. And people started to think about it a little bit more. Because it wasn't inherently a bad thing or anything like that the shows were just repetitive and kept coming out. Cough, cough, the current isekai genre. Cough, cough. But overall, someone kind of just wanted to see a change happen. So they wrote Eva. It came out. People were fucking horrified when it came out, admittedly. But it got people thinking, and that's kind of what matters the most overall. And that's kind of what Doki Doki wanted to do with the visual novel genre. Because it always felt a little bit stale, where Protag-kun goes after the girl, they have to work with basically the tropes of how visual novels work, where you're kind of just choosing various routes to work with anyways, and it's always just felt too artificial, really. So someone wanted to put a bit more of a human spin on things to make it feel maybe a bit more enjoyable at the end of the day, And obviously this is more focused a little bit on a psychological horror aspect of it, but it was still fairly nice to see that, at least when it came out, it got people thinking again. Because while people can kind of riff on it a little bit for being how it was set up, it was still kind of like refreshing almost that it came out when it did. Just because it was near the start of when, like, most popular streamers came out, like Markiplier and Jacksepticeye and that kind of gaggle of folks. And it kind of just got their attention excessively quickly. And the first playthroughs on people's sides were all just kind of interesting to see how they actually decompiled everything in their heads. Because it wasn't just your stock standard visual novel, it was like a very, very serious topic, since it brought up a lot of things most people tried to avoid back in the day. But it was at least still nice to see when it came out. It'd be kind of interesting to see with the rise in VTuber culture, just to see what actually comes out, to see if anyone tries to deconstruct it at all. Just because something like that is actually something that's up for debate on whether or not we've taken it too far as a community, and maybe we're just kind of maybe making it stale just by what we're doing, I guess, for a hot take. But it still does raise the question on whether or not someone will try to decompile it like Ava did to Gundam, which we may have seen with the 18-plus VTuber community debacle a while ago. But at the very least, we'll kind of have to see what happens, right? Also, did want to bring that back up just because we are at the 10-minute point now. No one can be happy. Now everyone can be happy. Let's see here. You have to wait 10 minutes just for that actual text log to appear. But you can click out of it. But still, all of the characters are deleted, so you kind of have to reset everything still. So, that's at least the quote-unquote quick ending out of the way, even if you do have to wait 10 minutes to actually catch everything about it. But that does kind of imply that Sayori is... either Sayori or Monica is still sitting in the game at that point, which is a little bit of a disconcerting thought considering the character files are being deleted, but they can probably still exist somewhere in the game. Just I have no idea where, all things considered. Because it's such an odd concept. There we go. No. And then let's just see about grabbing... or let's just see about grabbing some of the CGs while we're still here for about half an hour or so. Oh. Then we'll just go with Jude again. There we go. And then we'll actively utilize the skip button this time, just because we don't necessarily need to work through absolutely everything, but the fact that it does have to flash through pretty much every single text box and flash through every single animation of this kind of goes to show you what people kind of had to do to actually get going with this. There we go. So, what do we want to do first? Let's try Natsuki again. Bouncy. Flower? No, that's Sayori. It's always weird figuring out the right words for everyone. Music. Journey? No. Anxiety is also Yuri. This is coming out quite poorly, actually. Friends. Nibble. Pure. Tiny. Giggle? Play. That's also Sayori. Joy is also Sayori. Oof is Natsuki. Okay. Sunny? Milk. Candy. Peace. There we go. Back on the Natsuki train. So let's just skip. And I'm not sure if it remembers the Natsuki. Yeah, it does remember the Natsuki scene this time, so that's fine. Oh, well, obviously. Think I'd enjoy something that didn't have a plot? I mean, well, I guess I know what you're saying. A lot of the beginning is about simple things, like there's a really funny chapter where they're obsessed with a guy at the ice cream shop. Helps you get to know the character. So many troubling parts. Sounds like you just know what they're talking about. Maybe I underestimated you. Hey, wait, what's that supposed to mean? Natsuki gives me a little shove. I just meant that I haven't yet seen you at your full power. Good save. This chapter seems like it's about baking. Just my guess, but there's a lot of baking in this manga. Well, pause for a moment as she doesn't want to admit something. Yeah. Why does that matter? It doesn't. I was just curious, since you enjoy baking too, right? That's just a coincidence. I just happened to get into baking around the same time I got this manga. Like I'd ever get into anything just because it's in a manga. I feel bad for anyone that impressionable. Definitely not a coincidence. I guess that explains Natsuki's interest in baking. Still, all of the hobbies to pick up from manga, that's definitely one of the better ones. Not to mention she's really good at it, so who am I to judge? There we go. And we can actually get this scene without it being fully corrupted, so that's nice. Finished a couple chapters to this point. Are you sure this isn't boring for you? It's not. Even though you're just watching me read. Well, I'm fine with that. If you say so, because it's fun sharing something with someone else. I always get excited when I convince my friends to put up a series I enjoy. You know what I mean? You don't? That's not, well, I wouldn't know. What do you mean? Don't you share your manga with your friends? Did you not rub it in? Jeez. Sorry. Like I could ever get my friends to read this. They just think it's manga for kids. Can't even bring it up without them all being like, eh, you still haven't grown out of that yet? Makes me want to punch them in the face. I know those kinds of people. Honestly, it takes a lot of effort to be friends with, or find friends who don't judge, much less find friends who are so into it. I'm also kind of a loser, so I guess I gravitated towards the other losers over time, but it's probably harder for someone like you. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Wait, which part? I mean, I feel like I can't even keep it in my own room. I don't even know if my dad would do if he found this. Let's just say here in the club room. That Monica was kind of a jerk about it. I just can't win, can I? Well, it paid off in the end, didn't it? I mean, here I am reading it. Well, it's not like that solves any of my problems or anything. Maybe, but at least you're enjoying yourself, right? So? Jeez, that's enough. Are you gonna keep reading or what? Yeah. Flip the page, suddenly Natsuki starts laughing. I totally forgot that happens. Puts her finger on one of the panels. Minori's my favorite character. I always feel a little bit bad for her since she's so unlucky. But I guess it gets especially bad when, I shouldn't be talking about that yet. Just finish this chapter. Natsuki's voice sparkles with excitement. It's a stark contrast to her usual bossy tone, but if she's not used to sharing her favorite manga with her friends, I can completely understand why. It's hard to express in words that feeling you get when connecting with someone like that. Being able to provide that to Natsuki, for whom it's a rare experience, the thought makes me smile a little to myself. Okay, everyone. You all ready with today's poems? Oh, come on. Could your timing be any worse? Sorry, I just need to make sure everyone has enough time. Though you do look pretty cozy over there. Huh? Ah! Natsuki suddenly noticed how close she is to me. She hastily slides herself a good 12 inches away from me. Alright, guess I'll stop here for now. I close the book and hand it towards Natsuki. You're just giving it back? Don't you want to know what happens? Yeah, but Monica just said, don't be dumb, just take it home with you. Yeah? Is it really okay? Is that mostly because I didn't really plan to use my spare time to read this? Well, of course. It would take forever if you finished if you didn't take it home. Just finish that one for tomorrow so we can get to the next one. And if it gets bent, I'll kill you. by tomorrow? I only got part way through the volume so far. I fall behind on some shows if I try to get through this. But I suppose that's a necessary sacrifice in exchange for seeing Natsuki's enthusiastic face. Or am I more scared to see what would happen if I don't finish it? Alright then, I stand up. I return to where my stuff and carefully slip the book in my bag. By the way, do you remember a poem? Oh, skip button's available. And skip button is available here too. I'm not 100% certain if... Yeah, that's an option still. Skip. Sayori? No, we can't skip this. Oh my goodness, this is so good, Jude. I love it. I had no idea you were such a good writer. Sayori, you must be seriously overreacting. I'm not a good writer at all. I honestly have no idea what I'm doing. Well, maybe that's why. Because I have no idea why I like it. Why do I like either? Jeez, I'm sure Yuri's opinion has to be a little more constructive than this. Are you sure you don't like it just because I wrote it? Yeah? Well, I'm sure that's part of it. I think I understand you better than a lot of other people, you know? So when I read your poem, it's not just a poem, it's a Jude poem. And that makes it a little extra special. Like I can feel your feelings in it. Yuri hugs the sheet against her chest. You're so weird, Sayori. I'm really happy that you just wrote one. This reminds me of how you're really a part of the club now. Not to mention the fact that I'm standing in front of you in the club room. Yeah, of course. Also, Monica. So there is new stuff in here. Hi, Jude. I like it, Jude. Really. A lot cuter than I expected. Oh, jeez. No. It kind of makes me think of something Natsuki would write, and she's a good writer too. Take that as a compliment. If you say so. A lot of poems or stories that are no more than a few simple words. They can be funny, or endearing, or even sad. And sometimes they're only a few lines long. They might not even feel like they're written for kids, but if you think about them, they can express views of the world that would apply to anyone. I see. You're saying that Natsuki is kind of like that. Sort of. Maybe she's not an expert, but you probably wouldn't find much filler in her poems. They might be easy to write, but they're super challenging to get the meaning through. So I can see why it would be your kind of poem to explore. I'm sure I'll end up trying different things a lot. It'll take a while before I feel comfortable doing this. That's okay. Love to see you try new things. Oh, skip. And then Yuri, which I would imagine is fairly new, since we kind of have to get across all of that. Oh, okay, no, there was nothing new to that. Okay. Help me, Yuri? Yuri? Defenseless, I can't even bring myself to say anything to her. Sayori. Eh? Yeah, everyone's fighting is making Sayori uncomfortable. How come the two of you keep fighting when you're making your friend feel like this? But Jude. Well, that's her problem. This isn't about her. I agree. It's unfair for others to inherit their own feelings, like, into our conflict. Yeah, unless Sayori wants to tell Yuri what a stuck-up jerk she's being. She would never. It's your immaturity that's made her upset in the first place. Excuse me? Are you listening to yourself? This is exactly why nobody likes stop. Natsuki, Yuri, you guys are my friends. I just want everyone to get along and be happy. My friends are wonderful people, and I love them because of their differences. Natsuki's poems, they're amazing because they give you so many feelings with just a few words. And Yuri's poems are amazing because they paint a beautiful picture in your head. Everyone's so talented, so why are we fighting? Because, well... Also, Natsuki's cute and there's nothing wrong with that. And Yuri's boobs are the same as they always were. Big and beautiful. Sayori? Sayori stands triumphantly. Monica stands behind her with a bewildered expression. I'll make some tea. Yuri rushes off. Natsuki sits down with a blank expression on her face, staring at nothing. So this is why Sayori is vice president. I whisper to Monica. She nods in return. To be honest, I might come off as a good leader and I can organize things, but I'm not very good with people. I couldn't even bring myself to interject. As president, that's kind of embarrassing of me. Nah, it's nothing. It's not like I can't blame you. I wasn't able to say anything either. Well, I guess that just means Sarah's amazing in her own ways, isn't she? You could say that. She might be an airhead, but sometimes it's weirdly suspicious that she knows exactly what she's doing. I see. Take good care of her, okay? I would hate to see her get herself hurt. That makes two of us. You can count on me. Let's see. If only I could talk with her a little more. And skip button. Then chat with Sayori, and we get to another poem. So, we're kind of on the Natsuki route with this one, so why don't we put this in certain save areas? So we'll do line 1 for Sayori, line 2 for Yuri, and line 3 for Natsuki. Like that? That should be okay. Now, words that would work for Natsuki. Not that. Not that either. Kitty? Pink. Skirt? Lollipop. Anime. Lazy is probably Sayori. Fun? No, fun is Sayori as well. Squirrel? Here is probably Yuri. Parfait is probably you. Because food. Boop. Sweet. No. Bouncy? Let's see. Party? Funny. Dream? No, that's a Yuri word. Okay. Smile? Also no. Cute? Milk? None of these seem like good words for Natsuki, to be honest. Games? There we go. Let's see what happens this time. We can skip. Oh, that was a bit of a slap. That's fine. There we go. Yeah, we got Natsuki again. Cool. Not long before Natsuki comes up with me expectantly. Yeah, don't worry, I kept my promise. I pulled the first volume of Parfait Goals out of my bag. Natsuki takes it from my hands and I quickly turns it over, presumably to check for wrinkles. Hey, I'm not that careless. I handle manga all the time, you know? I just wanted to make sure. Can you blame me for being paranoid? I don't give people my manga every day, you know? That's true. I don't blame you. Well, anyway, let me just put this one back. I'm gonna get the next one, okay? Natsuki makes her way to the closet. I follow. You're gonna tell me everything you thought, right? Where'd the volume leave off again? I forget. The chapter ends when Minori and Alice found Monica. Natsuki's voice resonates from inside the closet. Eh? Up here inside. All of Natsuki's books are lined on the top shelf. You move my manga again? Ah, sorry. Teacher got mad at me for taking up so much space in her closet. So I had to move some stuff around and clean up a bit. It's all still there, I just had to organize it a bit. Top shelf is far above Natsuki's head. Makes a futile hop trying to figure out how to reach her manga. Jeez. This is so inconvenient. I'm moving these all back down. There's plenty of room on these shelves. And besides, they're really pretty to look at when they're all lined up. Why would you want to waste that on the top shelf? Natsuki. There's a stool on the wall over there. In the closet, there's a collapsible stool that's hanging on the wall. If you want, I could reach up there and hand them to you. I can get them myself. Natsuki grabs the stool from the wall and unfolds it. Think I'm too short or something? I mean, I knew it. Well, you know what? Just watch me. Natsuki hops on the stool, which ends up being a little wobbly because of its collapsible design. Careful. I know what I'm doing. Sitting on the stool, Natsuki's fingertips reach the top shelf. The stool would be enough for me to easily grab them, but Natsuki is being stubborn as usual. Natsuki uses her fingers to scoot one of the smaller boxes to the edge of the shelf. See? Yeah! The box suddenly tips. Natsuki barely catches it before it falls to the floor. The stool wobbles. Ah! Losing balance, Natsuki hops off the stool. Thankfully, she's able to stay on her feet. She holds the box triumphantly. There. Having almost fell, Natsuki's a bit shaken up. Jeez. No need to prove yourself to me. There's no way you'll be able to get the bigger boxes like that. I can reach them, so just... I said I can do it. I don't want your help, okay? I'm gonna get a chair, so just hang on. Natsuki forces her way past me and out of the closet. Let's see. Classroom chairs have the desks attached, so they're too convenient to fit into the closet. Aha! Natsuki trots over to the teacher's desk, which has some computer chair behind it. She rolls it to where the wheel's back over to the closet. You don't stand on rolling chairs, everyone. That's such a bad idea. It's a little dangerous since the chair swivels and rolls. But I've already learned my lesson, so I just keep my mouth shut. Natsuki climbs onto the chair, then slowly balances onto her feet. Since she refuses my help, I take a seat with my back against the side of the doorway and simply watch. Aha! There we go. See, I can easily do it now. Natsuki grabs a stack of manga and bends it to put it on the shelf below. Ah! The chair swivels. Natsuki catches herself on the shelf. What are you doing? Can you at least hold the chair steady instead of sitting and doing nothing? Who was it that told me not to help? Yeah, I got you. Hold the chair for Natsuki, while Natsuki reaches back up. I can almost see up her skirt? I force myself to turn away. Natsuki seriously didn't think this through. Once she realizes, I'll be dead. Natsuki wraps her arms around the Parfait Girls box set easily with the largest one on the shelf. Heavy. Hey, Jude, I don't think I can bend down without falling. Free and take this one. Then I have to let go of the chair. That's fine. Just for a second. Hurry up. Alright. Let me just stand up. I slowly release my grip from the chair. What do you mean, stand up? Natsuki looks down at me. Why are you all the way back? Eh? Natsuki looks like she just realized something, but she'll lose her balance if she moves. Natsuki, the box. What are you looking at? You're trying to look at my... Natsuki's legs shake. I'm not. I was just... Natsuki, don't try to move. Just give me the box. You perv! You set me up. Go away. Get out. But I'll do it myself. Ah! Hair suddenly swivels between Natsuki's feet. Natsuki! Ah! The scene turns to chaos in a split second. The chair flies from under Natsuki's feet. Frantically, I try to catch her. The box topples out of her hands and the books go flying. I got you. Ow. The full force of Natsuki's body against me throws me to the ground. A whole bunch of books pelt me in the face. Natsuki tries to shield herself with her own arms as her face lands straight on my chest. My right arm and my back seriously felt the impact. Slowly Natsuki comes to her senses. Presses her arms straight into me and props herself up. Eh? Natsuki seems to realize that it's not the floor that's beneath her. Gross. A fist pounds into my chest. Natsuki then hoists herself to her feet. What were you thinking, you sicko? Everything okay over there? I heard a loud noise. Monika suddenly peers in. Monika! See what happens when you put the manga on the top shelf? Are you trying to kill your club members or something? Jeez. Sorry. Oh, and one more thing. It seems like your most recent club member is a total pervert. So I hope you're happy. Somehow it's impossible for me to explain the whole bizarre situation to Monika. I didn't do anything, I swear. I know. Don't worry. Monika says that quietly to me. Looks like I'm off the hook. Oh no. I look down. Natsuki's kneeling at the floor, holding one of the books that got scattered all over. There's a large diagonal crease along the page that she's desperately trying to smooth out. I must have landed on that page. Natsuki tries a bit more to fix the crease, but she just can't get it out. Suddenly she just gives up and slams the book shut and then throws it to the floor. Instead of continuing to yell, she just lowers her head. Natsuki, are you? No. Natsuki's voice squeaks. I see tears on her face. I'll help you get the crease out, okay? It's partly my fault, too. Natsuki shakes her head, still looking down. No. I don't even care that much. I'm just having a really bad day today. Natsuki sobs again. I didn't mean to take it out on you. I really didn't mean to. It's fine. Is there anything you want to talk about? Natsuki shakes her head. Just every day is so hard. I just want to come to the club and... Natsuki falls silent again. I can impress her, so I can only do what I know how to do. Alright. Well, I'll help clean this up, and I'll move the rest of your manga for you. Take up volume 2. We'll set this one aside. This will help cheer you up a bit, right? We can get started once I'm done. Natsuki looks up with her glossy eyes. Her lip quivers. You're really nice to me. Huh? That sounds really strange, coming from Natsuki. Didn't expect it at all. Well, I'm just treating you like a friend, you know? Natsuki lowers her head and stifles another sob. Not sure what happened to her today, but being nice is the least I can do. The next couple minutes are silent between us as I begin to gather the scattered books. I make sure to slip them into the box in their correct order. After a little bit, Natsuki starts helping. It isn't long before we're done, and I hoist the box onto the shelf where Natsuki wanted to put it. Then I get on the stool and quickly finish moving the rest of her books from the top shelf. Alright then. That should do it. I hop off the stool. Natsuki averts her gaze. Thanks. It's nothing. Natsuki's holding the volume I set aside in her hands. Alright, I'm ready. Good. Even if you weren't, I'd make you anyway. You're taking your responsibility for what you said. Think about cheering me up. If you insist. We sit in the same spot as last time, and I open the second volume. Natsuki's mood quickly improves, laughing and pointing things out to me. She's surprisingly sharp, making note of a lot of subtle repeated jokes and background elements. In the end, I'm pretty impressed by how everything ties together in this manga. I guess Natsuki has good taste after all. After some time, Monica gets her attention as usual, and it's time to share poems again. Guess I'll be holding on to this for now. Yep. Even if you sound more enthusiastic this time. Well, I'm starting to get into it, you know? Told you. Yeah. I return to my seat and slip the book into my bag. Alright. So, we'll do this last round of poem sharing just because it is about 5 o'clock. But next week, what we'll do is we'll go through the other routes just so that way we can grab the other CGs. And then we'll kind of skip through everything to get to Monica to see what the true ending is, if that sounds alright to everyone. Since I'd like to finish things off, but I do have other things that I'd like to get done today, and probably streaming for 6 streams on my own may have been a bit much. But I gotta build that endurance anyways. I would like to do a 24-hour stream at some point. Just not really sure when the best time for it would be. By now, she must have read it more than once. Is it that bad? No, it's not. It's good. It's really good, okay? There, I said it. This wasn't supposed to happen at all. Why can't you just be bad at this? My poems are supposed to impress you, not the other way around. You're trying to impress me? Obviously, you'd think I'd let you enjoy Yuri's writing more than mine? Give me a break. Well, in that case, what's the point of me trying to impress you? I'll tell you, Natsuki's face freezes like she just kinda realized something. You're trying to impress me? Natsuki vigorously scans her eyes over my poem one more time. Then the poem slips out of her hands and it flutters to the floor. I have to use the bathroom. Red-faced Natsuki quickly walks out of the room. Hey, Jude, did you do something to Natsuki? I just saw her rush off like that. You didn't do anything terrible, did you? No. I just told her that my voice got caught in my throat. There's no way I could tell Monica that I'm trying to impress Natsuki. Monica sees the poem lying on the floor and swiftly picks it up. She reads through it with her smile not fading from her face. I see. You wrote this for Natsuki, didn't you? I mean, not really. In fact, didn't she like your poem the other day too? I'm surprised you know her taste so well already. Are you sure you're not cheating, Jude? Cheating? What do you mean by that? Never mind, I'm just kidding. I don't understand Monica's jokes at all. Anyway, how do you think Natsuki feels about you? Oh, you don't need to answer that. I was just something for you to think about. Hey! Natsuki comes up and snatches the poem out of Monica's hand. Neither of us has noticed her and re-enter the classroom. Did you read this, Monica? Of course. I liked it. You should really stop reading things that aren't meant for you, you know? You have a bad habit of doing that. Eh? But Jude wrote the poem, and we're supposed to share with everyone, right? Natsuki freezes. She apparently forgot that my poem is technically for everyone to read. Okay, well, I think Jude is done sharing this poem with everyone. It's not like everyone would want to read this one anyway. In fact, I'm just gonna hold on to this. If you insist. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Like what? Never mind. Natsuki, I'll give you the poem, but that's still not very fair to Sayori. She hasn't gotten to read it yet. So what? Well, I guess Jude is right, Natsuki. It's not fair if you don't let everyone finish reading it. Fine. It's not like she's gonna like it, though. Anyway, read my poem now. And then, no, I won't let you keep it. This is my only copy. Oh yeah, we can do poems as well. Amy likes spiders. You know what I heard about Amy? Amy likes spiders. Icky, wriggly, hairy, ugly spiders. That's why I'm not friends with her. Amy has a cute singing voice. I heard her singing my favorite love song. Every time she sang the chorus, my heart would pound in rhythm with the words. But she likes spiders. That's why I'm not friends with her. One time I hurt my leg really bad. Amy helped me up and took me to the nurse. I tried not to let her touch me. She likes spiders, so her hands are probably gross. That's why I'm not friends with her. Amy has a lot of friends. I always see her talking to people. She probably talks about spiders. What if her friends start to like spiders too? That's why I'm not friends with her. It doesn't matter if she has other hobbies. It doesn't matter if she keeps it private. It doesn't matter if she doesn't hurt anyone. It's gross. She's gross. The world is better off without spider lovers, and I'm gonna tell everyone. Well, it's a bit rude. I like spiders. Natsuki, I'm trying to woo you here. We kinda need to like spiders. Not bad, right? It's quite a bit longer than yesterday's. Yesterday's was way too short. I was just warming up. Hope you didn't think that was the best I could do. No, of course not. Anyways, the message is pretty straightforward in this. I doubt I have to explain it. Sometimes you can explain complicated issues with such simpler analogies. And it helps people realize how stupid they're being. Like, anyone would agree to the subject of this poem as an ignorant jerk. Do you know people like that? Of course, it's about everyone. Everyone thinks that doesn't matter. It can be about anything. I wrote it to be easy to relate to. Everyone has some kind of weird hobby or guilty pleasure. Something that you're afraid if people find out they'll just make fun of you or think less of you. But that's just what makes people stupid. Who cares about what someone likes, and as long as they're not hurting anyone, it makes me happy. I think people really need to learn to respect others for liking weird things. Well, you're definitely right. At least I can relate to that, and I'm sure a lot of other people can too. You know, I'm glad that you can appreciate this kind of writing. I mean, I know I was talking about that yesterday, but I've been enjoying sharing my work with you, so consider yourself lucky, okay? Well, thanks for being honest. What's that supposed to mean? I'm always honest. Jeez. Just look forward to tomorrow, too, okay? Alright, I will. Alright then. What else can we do? Would we get new things all around? I guess we do. Jude, I really love your poems. I can't believe you've been hiding these from me. Eh? I'm not hiding anything. But your poems are so good. Yesterday's and this one too. You can't tell me you haven't done this before. I mean, You're really the only one who feels that way, so... Eh? No way. Not even Natsuki? Well, I guess Natsuki is the least likely to admit how much she likes something. But I don't think it's that. What do you mean? Well, I guess I'll be honest about it. It's a lot easier to write poems when I'm thinking about you. Eh? Well, stop thinking weird things, idiot. I just mean that you're a really expressive person, I guess. How am I supposed to write poems of my own stupid life? But you somehow make everything in your life an adventure. Even the little things. Like cooking. Let's not talk about that. So, yeah. I guess what I'm trying to say is I can feel more feelings through you than I can through myself. We have a kind of weird connection. It's your fault for getting in my business all the time. Eh? I don't know if I understand. You never understand when I'm trying to explain things, do you, Sayori? I pat Sayori's head. Hey! I'm not a kid, you know? You sure about that? Maybe. Sayori starts fiddling with her pencil between her hands. Hey, Jude. Will you give me your poem? I don't want to keep it. Why? Because, well, it's the first time you've written something for me. Sayori, you completely misunderstood. I didn't write this for you. Are you even listening anymore? Well, whatever. I'll give it to you when we go home. Really? Snap. Ah! I broke my pencil! Sayori hastily bends down to pick up the pieces she dropped, but being inattentive of her surroundings, she bumps right into me. Sorry. It's fine. It's fine. I'll get it for you. Bend down and pick up the broken pencil. Sayori clutches the desk beside her to support herself, knees shaking. I'm a little clumsy today. Let's sit down, Sayori. I grab Sayori's arm and help her sit at the desk. Anyways, I still haven't read your poem. Oh, sorry, I forgot about that. But it's not as good as yours. Jeez, don't worry. I'm sure to like it. Bottles. I think this is the same as before. Yeah. Yeah, this is the same as before, at least. Holy crap. There we go. Just skip over the rest of that. Let's talk with Monica last each time just to see what happens. Are you still mad at me? Huh? Or disrespecting Natsuki yesterday? Because reading this poem, now I know why you got mad at me. Because you prefer her writing over mine. That's not really true. Meaning, when I disrespected her, I disrespected you too, didn't I? Oh no. Yuri, you might be reading into this a little too much. How could I be so stupid? I always let these things happen. Whenever I think before I speak, I just come off as awkward and unlikable. But if I speak without thinking, the things I want to keep inside come out and make people hate me. So please don't force yourself to be around me. I know this is what Monica wants. But it's not fair to you when you could be enjoying time with Natsuki and Sayori. Yuri, please. It makes it easier for me if you don't express any concern. Besides, I have my books with me. That's all I need. Yuri smiles sadly and puts her head down on her desk. I'm frustrated. I don't hate her, but it's as if she's not capable of listening to any of her own thoughts. I sigh to myself. All I can do is accept it, that's how she is. And if she wants to be left alone, then I have no choice but to abide by the request. And then, Monica. Looks like we can skip. Oh. Wow, okay, that was short. That was kind of silly with Natsuki earlier, wasn't it? I'm glad you two have been getting along so well. That's one way of putting it. Anyways, I already read your poem, but you can go ahead and read mine now. I like the way this one turned out, so I hope you do too. Save me. Yeah, the colors won't stop. Load me. Huh. Why is load me at the end? we have a way of loading her in, actually. There we go. And then I think that will put us at a good point to kind of wrap up the day. Because I'd imagine this is all the same, since we have the option to skip it anyways. Oh, we have this choice. I'd walk home with Natsuki. Why does the thought make my heart pound? I mean, I think I'd be afraid of what she'd do to me if I turned her down. Isn't she cute and fun to be around? Has nothing to do with what I just said. You admitted it. Jeez. There's not even any point in speculating something that's never gonna happen. Well, maybe. But I just like to think about it. It's not long before you won't need me anymore, you know? Need you? Sayori, I can't figure out how you're seeing things in your head right now. Sorry. Everyone's different. Nobody in the club is a replacement for you. If you say so. Conversation trails off, and I'm left feeling awkward. There we go. There's the actual stopping point. So, this is our Natsuki route, so let's just do that and keep it there for now. But, I think that kind of cleans things up for us for the day. That's not too bad. So, next week we will continue on with a little bit more of Doki Doki, and we'll try getting the good ending. I can't imagine it being too rough overall, just so long as we can actually sort through everything. But for the moment at least, I'd say that's the end of the streaming week. For now, we will continue Slime Rancher on Thursdays, and I'll make sure to do a little bit of background work on my side, just so that way I can have everything prepped and ready for that. But other than that, Slime Rancher Thursday, Tales of Berseria Friday, it might end up being the finale, depending on how quickly we can get through everything. And we can probably go long on that Friday, because I can't imagine anything too big is going to happen Saturday. Saturday, we'll keep doing King of Cards with Shovel Knight, as well as, I believe, the 4-Job Fiesta might come back. I'll have to double check with them, just to see. If not, then I'll figure out something to do next Saturday. And we'll just do more Doki Doki next Sunday. So I think that wraps things up well. Let's just open up Twitch to see what's been going on. Twitch. As much as it would be tempting to meme again and raid Toturi for a third time, I think we should probably just give you off to someone else. Like, I'm tempted to raid Toturi for the lulz, but like, 3 times in a row? Is that pushing it? Let's see here. That's Piku, then who the hell is this? I don't actually know Sunnyside Galaxy off the top of my head. Let's see here. Who else is available? I could get you over to Mousy, actually, since she's playing Subnautica right now, and I wouldn't mind visiting. So, let's do Raid 1, Raid 2, Raid Mousy Fuzz. There we go. That works out well. So, for now, I want to thank you all very much for joining me here in the freezer today. Hopefully you had a good time, and if you have any concerns, by all means let me know, just because I want to make sure this place is as comfortable as I can for everyone, just so that we can have a place to chat. But, overall, thank you all very much for sitting in the freezer with me. I'll chat with you next Thursday, where we'll be playing a little bit more Slime Rancher and see if we can get to the end of that. So, have a good rest of your week.